Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to our viewers around the world. Wherever you are, I hope you're staying safe, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Professor Hal Kaufman, and I will be the moderator for this conference throughout the whole day. Yes. On behalf of the Department of Technology Management and Innovation at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering, I wish to welcome you to the 11th Annual Conference on Human Capital Innovation in Technology and Analytics. The theme this year is the Great Resignation, How Analytics Can Help. Today's presentations will examine the role of data analytics in tackling the current challenges of critical shortages in the workforce resulting from record numbers of workers leaving their jobs, which reached a peak during the pandemic and continues to this very day. Analytics will be utilized to not only understand why people are leaving their jobs in record numbers, but also to identify effective interventions that organizations are using to improve the retention and attraction of talent. It is now my sincere pleasure to introduce Professor Kurt Becker, Vice Dean for Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship, for some welcoming remarks on behalf of the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. Professor Becker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hal. Appreciate the introduction. As Hal said, I'm Kurt Becker. I am the Vice Dean for Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. So on behalf of NYU Tandon and our Dean, Jelena Kovacevic, I would like to welcome you all to this year's conference on human capital innovation in technology and analytics, which is co-sponsored by Johnson & Johnson and Accenture. This is the 11th conference in this series. Now, when I gave welcome remarks last year, I was very hopeful and in fact quite optimistic that this year's conference would be an in-person event. However, the virus had other plans. Now, for 11 years, Professor Hal Kaufman, the creator of this conference series, has managed year after year to identify and address a topic of timely impact and relevance. And this year is no exception. The conference topic, The Great Resignation, How Analytics Can Help, addresses the fact that during the pandemic, record numbers of workers resigned from their jobs, and employers found themselves in a position where it was very hard to find enough talent to fill numerous open positions. And this is a continuous threat for American industry. The resignations, as Hal said before, hit a 20-year high last fall, and they remain at unprecedented high levels. Now, this is caused by a combination of factors, including inflexible back-to-work policies and workers feeling disrespected, low pay, and a lack of opportunities for professional advancement. So with this, I welcome you to this year's conference, which will examine the role of data analytics in tackling the current challenges of critical shortages in the workforce resulting from record numbers of workers leaving their jobs. And I wish you a very successful meeting. And I very, very much hope that a year from now, I can welcome you in person here in Brooklyn. Fingers crossed. So again, welcome to Brooklyn, albeit this year virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Becker, for your welcoming remarks and providing a little bit of background too to the conference. And we hope to see you again next year, maybe in person. We hope so. In any case, let's move on. And despite the people suffering from Zoom overload, I'm very pleased to report that we have a registration this year of well over 500 people. I think it's approaching 600 at last count. And these people are situated throughout the United States and around the world in at least 24 countries on 6 continents. So we are well distributed around the globe, and we have a global audience who are listening to us. And that numbers is increasing. The last time we looked at it was well over 100. About Going back to the registrations, about 4 out of 5 registrants come from industry, including many well-known firms, and comprise executives, managers, and professionals, with the latter in a variety of roles ranging from AI and data analytics experts to various HR specialists and even engineers. About 1 in 5 come from the academic community, including faculty and students from NYU, as well as other institutions. The diverse academic fields represented in our audience reflect the multidisciplinary nature of today's program, with the thought leaders who come from fields that range from data analytics to industrial organizational psychology. Before we get to today's theme, the Great Resignation, How Analytics Can Help, I would like to provide a brief look at the hot button themes of past conferences, which have been held annually for the first 8 years at our MetroTech campus in Brooklyn, New York, and virtually via Zoom for the last 2 years. And this is our 3rd year on Zoom. Now, these conferences began in 2012 looking broadly at how technology was impacting human capital management. In the following years, we focused on specific hot button themes that included talent management, engagement and performance, diversity and inclusion, and the use of games and gamification. In recent years, our research at NYU drove the themes, beginning with a focus on career paths that evolved into the future of work and the role of AI. A common denominator in these conferences was the application of people analytics to win the war for talent in the workplace. Links to videos of some of these conferences have been posted on the current website. The conference roots are very much connected to our evolving academic program, focusing on the management of technology, organizations, people, and data analytics. Today, the Department of Technology Management and Innovation offers online courses as part of its Management of Technology MS degree program that includes a people analytics track. As you can see from the slide, these online courses cover a variety of subjects related to people analytics and HR technology. Faculty include noted specialists in the field who are veteran consultants and people analytics experts. Even the intro course in human resource management and systems is taught by a prominent HRIS guru. Various data analytics courses are also offered in the overall MS program. For those interested in these courses, the application deadlines for fall 2022 are August 1st for the part-time online MS degree and August 20th for visiting students who can take individual online courses that may be used toward a degree. For more information, you can write to the Department of Technology Management and Innovation at tmi@nyu.edu. Let's turn briefly to an overview of today's conference. As you can see from the topics in the slide, the presentations will explore how data analytics can address work challenges connected with the Great Resignation. The conference board will report research that provides an understanding of what's happening in the Great Resignation and where the workforce is going. Accenture, Microsoft, and Johnson & Johnson will present innovative data analytic methods to improve workforce outcomes, especially regarding employee retention. NYU researchers will provide a better understanding of the Great Resignation through analysis of job ads and attrition data. A special addition to this year's program will be the participation of distinguished Professor Tom Davenport from Babson College, a guru in human capital analytics. He will be discussant at the end of the program, which will include a Q&A session with all the presenters. I encourage you to stay for that session, since it is the best part of the program, in many people's opinion, and gives you an opportunity to interact with the presenters. At this time, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to our industry co-sponsors, Johnson & Johnson and Accenture. J&J made its sponsorship debut last year and returns this year as a lead sponsor. This is the fourth year that Accenture continues as a sponsor. We welcome you both. For the very first year, this conference has been co-sponsored by the award-winning TechSHRM student chapter of the Society for Human Resource Management at NYU Tandon School of Engineering. TechSHRM provided much of the technical support for the conference today. Many thanks to the TechSHRM team, who will be hearing about more later. We also thank our professional society co-sponsor, IREM, the International Association of Human Resource Information Management, which has also been with us for the very first conference. Much appreciation to IREM for being with us for the past 11 years. And approving 5.5. Do we have the next slide? Okay. And approving 5.5 recertification credit hours for attendance at this conference, applied to their HRIP, that's the Human Resource Information Professional Certification. To verify your participation for credit hours, please contact us directly via the email in your conference confirmation, which is also on the slide. It's tandon-shrm@nyu.edu. Okay, things to know before we start. There's a conference program that is today's schedule, speaker bios, and abstracts. You can go to the link on the slide, which is also in your invitation email, or just use the QR code on the slide. To maximize the time for our speakers, my instructions will be brief. My introductions will be brief, I should say. Instead, I refer you to our speakers' bios and abstracts in the conference program. Regarding Q&A, direct your questions to the Q&A box, not the chat box, okay? Q&A box are for questions, okay? They can be general questions for everybody or directed to specific speakers. To the extent possible, questions will be answered in the Q&A box or during the panel discussion at the end of the day, which is a highlight of the conference. And I again encourage you to stay for it. Let me conclude by expressing my hope that you will leave here at the end of the day enriched and a bit wiser about our theme for this year, the Great Resignation, how analytics can help. The lead-off speaker today is for the conference board, which has a long history with today's conference that goes back to 2014, when our keynote speaker was Dr. Rebecca Ray, the Executive Vice President of Human Capital at the Conference Board. Every year since then, until last year, we have had as a conference discussant, Dr. Amy Abel, Vice President, Executive Programs of U.S. Councils at the Conference Board. This year, I'm very pleased to have that chain continue with Dr. Robin Erickson, Vice President of Human Capital at the Conference Board. Dr. Erickson brings us some very interesting research research results in her presentation, The Great Resignation or the Great Reimagining, what the data tells us. And we're going to learn some surprising things about the Great Resignation, which I didn't know before. Okay, Robin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaufman. And if you go to the next slide, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you. This is my first time, as you mentioned. And Dr. Rebecca Ray, who you said was at your first conference, she's actually she's still managing the Human Capital Center at the Conference Board. So if you go to the next slide, I won't spend any time going over this other than to say that I spent the first 20 years of my career as a management consulting, working for some of the bigger consulting firms, and then went and did a PhD mid-career and while I was at Deloitte as a senior manager. Deloitte bought Burson and Associates, and that's when I became a research analyst about 9 years ago. I joined the conference board about 3.5 years ago, and the areas of thought leadership that I've done the most work on have been around talent attraction, talent acquisition, and employee engagement and retention. But I've also done a lot of work on the crisis effects, the big crises that we've had in the last 20 years. So anyway, if you go to the next slide, we have been doing a regular survey series coming out every month. And if you are one of the folks who has been answering these, thank you so much. And if you see one come through your desk, please, we would encourage you to take it. But we are trying to speak to workers on a regular basis about timely human capital subjects. And so I'm going to be speaking to you about research from our last 4 rapid response surveys and the results. You can see there's the link. You will have access to these slides after the conference today. And so feel free to take a look at these surveys findings. And hopefully you'll use the conference board as a springboard for other research that you're doing. So, and if you have any questions, I'm going to go through a lot of data today. I have only a half an hour, so I'm going to have to go through it a little bit quickly. But if you have questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A, and we'll try to answer them as we go. So please go to the next slide. And just want to start out by saying, so what are the current and future workplace working arrangements, concerns, and plans? So if you go to the next slide, we wanted to start with a provocative question. Are we really living the Great Resignation? And according to an article that came out from Harvard last month, the Great Resignation didn't really start with the pandemic. And if you look at the chart there in the middle, you can see that the share of workers voluntarily leaving their jobs has actually been increasing since 2009. Additional research that I've done shows that as voluntary turnover goes, as unemployment goes down, voluntary turnover goes up, and the correlation there is negative, but it's 0.96. So clearly, you can see that this issue's been happening for a while, the labor shortages. And the conference board has done a lot of research on this topic. And up until the Great Resignation, the issue has primarily been in most recent years with the industry and manual services workers. And so I think this was one of the things that Dr. Kaufman said he was intrigued by, the fact that if you look at what the linear forecast would have been, we're actually above that now. So it does feel the Great Resignation, many organizations are feeling it. But according to this article from HBR, there's 5 main factors at play. And those are retirement, relocation, reconsideration, reshuffling, and reluctance. So first of all, workers are retiring in greater numbers, but they're not relocating in large numbers. However, many workers are reconsidering their work-life balance and care roles. We did see that during COVID, many people have rethought what they were doing. A lot of people were laid off at the beginning. Tens of thousands of people were laid off at the beginning of COVID, and many of them decided to go back to school or to get out of the industries that they were in. We also seeing the reshuffling, which is that people aren't leaving the labor market, but they're going to other places, and they're also demonstrating reluctance to return to in-person jobs. And in fact, in the conversations I've had with talent acquisition leaders, the first question that all candidates are asking is, is this job remote or hybrid? And if it is hybrid, is it voluntary or not? If it is remote, is it voluntary? And so if you go to the next slide, we actually have some data on where employees are working today. And so in our March survey that was published in April, you can see that only 17% of the survey respondents were in the physical office full-time. It was about 41% who were remote. 41% were 100% remote, and about the same number, 42%, had a hybrid work schedule. We looked at this data through some different lenses. We've looked at it through the lens of generation. We've looked at it through the lens of level in an organization. We've looked at it through the lens of gender. And one of the things we found was that the higher up in the organization an employee is, that they are more willing to go into the office. That's a positive correlation, with individual contributors being the less willing to go back to the office full time, the least comfortable. If you go to the next slide, we'll show you about the gender responses, which basically shows that in March, when we did the survey and we published it in April, more women were working completely remotely. You can see there that the women are the light blue, and 9% more women were working 100% remotely, and about 10% more men were working 10% more men were working 100% in the physical workplace. So if you go to the next slide, we asked in a number of our surveys what their greatest concerns were about returning to the workplace. And so this data came, we did the survey in January, we published this in February. And in February, you can see that the COVID-19 was still very much on the minds of all of the participants. We had over 2,000 people participate in the survey. The risk of COVID exposure to family members and the risk of contracting COVID-19 personally, we've seen those as the highest responses in this question in multiple surveys that we've done. And in fact, you can see there though that the COVID concerns had doubled in the eight months since we had first asked this question. So you can also see that 43% of the respondents thought that productivity had remained high while working remotely and questioned the wisdom of returning to the workplace. We also thought that there was a deterioration of, they also said that one of their concerns about going back to the workplace was a deterioration of mental health and well-being. And 30% of the respondents said that. We're going to talk a little bit more about this later on in the slides, simply because we've seen this as a trend that's been happening. That employees, there's been so many things going on. It's not just working remotely, but there's the COVID-19 crisis. We had the racial challenges, the racial protests, and the murder of George Floyd in the summer of 2020. We've had supply chain issues. We've had a lot of layoffs. It's been a lot of economic crises in terms of families. So there's been a lot that's been going on. So there you can just see, the other reasons why our survey respondents were concerned about returning to the workplace. But if you go to the next slide, so what is the toll on employee well-being? So it's pretty significant. And if you go to the next slide, I'm going to walk you through what looks like a complicated chart, but it isn't that complicated. Blue, the dark blue is a decrease. The lighter blue is no change, and the gray is an increase. So when we asked employees compared to before the pandemic, sorry, that's actually the wrong question. But this was compared to before the pandemic, how have these things changed? So the hours worked clearly increased for 53% of our respondents. This was our survey that was done in March. We had 1,331 respondents. Work-life integration had increased by people being able to work more remotely. However, employee engagement and morale had decreased at 38% of the respondents' organizations. And so that's very troubling. And we have seen a trend in our last few surveys like this, that engagement has been actually trending. It's been getting worse. That number that says decreased has been getting larger. I did see that a question came in about the whether or not this was a global study or US centric. This was US centric. And we didn't actually look at the data in this survey by industry, but there were different levels of concern by the different levels of the employees. So, but here you go, if mental health right there in the middle, you can see that 41% of the employees said that their mental health had decreased since before the pandemic. You can see there that there's a pretty large increase in terms of burnout. And as Dr. Kaufman had mentioned earlier, you know, we're all sort of getting zoomed out, right? There's a lot of Zoom, but a lot of Zoom happening, but I think we're not just exhausted with either the remote work. I think we're all sort of exhausted of everything that's been going on for the last 2 years because there's been so many different crises. You can see there that there's been that the number of sick days taken have actually decreased from the employee perspective. That's probably because many of them are working remotely. However, you can see there that around the usage of employee assistance plan, it's about equal. The number of workers who say that they've used it is about, or that it's decreased, say that it's increased. Just so you know, later this week, actually, we're hoping, or early next week, we're publishing the Reimagined Workplace 2 years later. And we have the same question that was done with human capital leaders. And they've basically reported that the usage of the employee assistance plan has greatly increased. So it's just a difference in the populations of the surveys. So I do have some information on that at the end. So please to look out for that report as it'll be coming out at the end of this week or next week. All right, so the next slide talks about flexible, sorry, go back to the slide before. Flexible work arrangements. So we asked which of the following working conditions, programs, or offerings do you believe would be helpful in supporting employee mental health? May is actually Mental Health Awareness Month. We have a webcast coming up on May 10th, looking at this issue of mental health. But you can see here that we asked employees to pick their top 5. Huge, there's a huge difference between the first 3, which are all about looking at flexibility and how and when and where employees work, right? So 70% for flexible work hours or a compressed work week, 69% for a flexible hybrid work schedule, and then a 63% saying work from home or anywhere option. So, you know, huge difference between those, and then going down to then everything else that would positively impact workers' mental health. So if you go to the next slide. So, you know, when you think about what's motivating workers to leave and what would it take to make them stay. So if you go to the next slide, one of our surveys, the one that we did last December, we asked employees if they had voluntarily left their job during the pandemic. And you can see there that we asked the question, if you voluntarily left your organization during the pandemic for another job, what were your reasons? And we told them they could select their top 3. Well, better pay and career advancement have been at the top of questions, you know, survey questions like this forever. But the third one was the ability to work from home or anywhere. And so we thought that was interesting. That obviously wasn't a choice for many people before the pandemic. The conference board was one of the first organizations to do a survey of employees, of human capital leaders about how organizations were treating their employees. The COVID-19 really hit the US in February of 2020. We had a survey in the field by mid-March 2020, and we published it by the end of April. And in that report, we actually did predict that remote work would be one of the lasting organizational legacies. And as we've gone through that survey series, we just, like I said, we're about to publish the 4th one in that series. We have seen a growing trend toward a lot more remote work. So if you go to the next slide. We asked those employees who had left their organization during the pandemic for another job, which best describes their new cash compensation package, salary and bonus. So you can see there that a good number, almost a third, reported that they were making more than 30% more than they had been during the Great Resignation, obviously, because we did this this survey particularly was done in February. But 16% said 21% to 30% higher. And so, you know, you're looking there at 45% of your respondents saying that they're making 20% or more. But the interesting thing is that 27% actually accepted compensation at about the same or less than in the previous job. And there you can see 10% said about the same, but significantly better benefits was 3%, but 8% said that they had left because it was about the same compensation, but it better fit their priorities. And 6% left to go someplace with an even lower 10 to 20% lower cash compensation. So this really indicates how important this idea of flexibility is to workers today. So if you go to the next slide. So we asked the employees, beyond a competitive salary, which of these are most important to you now? And we told them that they could select 5. And so there, we had quite a few in the list. We actually were surprised to see that retirement plans and workplace flexibility basically tied. And so that was actually different than what we had hypothesized. We had hypothesized that workplace flexibility would be number one by a big distance, right? By a lot. But you can see there, the other things that were important to people: generous paid time off, the bonus commission or other incentives, and healthcare plans that are flexible and affordable by 57% of the respondents. So clearly that's still very, very important to people. So if you go now to the next slide. So we asked, if you are considering leaving, what would make you stay at your current organization if presented a counteroffer? Please select your top 3. So promotion was the number 1 response to a new role, not surprising. Increased base salary by more than 30% was 21%. Another 21% said increased base salary by 21 to 30%. But 20% said that they would stay if it was more flexible in different work location options. So again, this is just underscoring this desire for flexibility that we're seeing right now. And the fact that, we do believe that this greater trend toward hybrid work is here to stay. I think many employees are voting with their feet because if they don't like the flexibility with the labor market as tight as it is right now, we've seen in the US that voluntary turnover is the highest it's been in the 21 years or so that it's been tracked. And so it's relatively easy to get a job. And as I mentioned earlier, workers are much more willing to leave an organization if the labor market is tight, because if the next job doesn't work out, there's a better chance they can find another one, right? So it's not just looking at the next job, but looking at the one after that. So if you go to the next slide. So what do we think a reimagined workplace might look like? Well, we have another survey question. And we asked, what do you think are the top 3 reasons for returning to the physical workplace? And you can see there that 57% of the respondents said to increase collaborations. 48% said to enhance networking and building relationships. 38% said to maintain culture. Interesting fact about culture, in the Reimagined Workplace series, we asked whether or not the human capital leaders who responded to that survey, whether or not their culture had changed. And after the first year of the pandemic, 49% said that their cultures had changed. But now 2 years later, 64% have said that their cultures have changed. And for those of you who know about culture change, usually takes many years, a lot of communications, buy-in. It's like trying to shift a ship, right? Just like to move the Titanic. So, but there you can see the other reasons why people thought it was most important to be going into the office. You can see that 12% said, I don't think we should return as one of their top 3 choices. So anyway, if you go to the next slide, I just wanted to share with you a quote from Dr. Ray. She said, the need for continued flexibility, transparency, and empathy from management remains a top priority. While many are eager to return to a sense of normalcy, simply mandating a return date and highlighting the safety protocols that will be in place is not enough. Leaders need to articulate a compelling reason to return to the workplace at all. So if you'd go to the next slide, these are the first three reports in our Reimagined Workplace series. As I said, we had one published by the end of April 2020. We also published the second one then in September of 2020, 6 months after the start. And then the third one was, we did the Reimagined Workplace a year later. And now, like I said, we're planning to publish by Friday or Monday, the Reimagined Workplace 2 years later. And that's open to the public. So I would encourage you to come and take a look at that. We also have a webcast on that that we'll be doing on May 26th. So I hope to see you there. With that, I'm going to go quickly to the Q&A and just see then what other questions that came in. There's a question around the working anywhere, the concern of lack of face-to-face engagement can disadvantage workers with respect to senior leadership visibility and advancement. So yes, we have been seeing this in the Conference Board research. And we're also encouraging organizations to make sure that they are addressing, both culture and equity challenges. Before COVID-19, before remote work sort of became the norm for many professional and office workers, those people who worked remotely were considered sort of as a lesser class employee, almost more like a gig worker, in fact. And there really wasn't that sense of them being able to get the visibility that they needed. And so it's definitely something that organizations, if they're going to have a hybrid workforce, that they're going to think about. And the interesting thing is that there are some employees who don't want to work at home. They don't have a home that's large enough for them and their family for them to work well. Some people, think about living in New York, thinking in Brooklyn, right? You might not want to do all of your living if you're living in a studio or one bedroom. I live in Chicago. I've got a 2-bedroom condo, and I called it the world's most luxurious solitary confinement at the beginning of COVID. Because it's a corner unit overlooking the lake and it's fabulous. But, if you can't go anywhere, it wasn't that fabulous. All right, looking at some other questions here. If we had sorted our engagement stats by age and time, yes, we have. And if you go to the links on the first page where I mentioned where the report findings were, where the survey findings were, you'll be able to find some of that information. And so data, and another question about supporting data of the correlation on organizational hierarchy and willingness to go to the office. So we've been seeing that trend for the last 18 months. And basically, it is that when individual contributors are less willing to return to the workplace, and then it's an increasing trend line, the higher people, the people at the top of the organization, they are much more willing to go into the workplace. Well, they also are the ones who are managing. So there's that sense. They also probably knew more about the safety protocols that were happening and were more willing to go in because they knew what was happening. And so the communication of what those safety protocols are and making people abide by them. You can see on one of the slides that I went through that there were workers who were concerned that their colleagues wouldn't follow the safety guidelines. I also think that there are a lot of individual contributors who have younger families. And again, you can see, if you think about it, for families who have children that aren't old enough to get vaccinated, there's a real hesitation on the part of those parents to return to the workplace. I also know, even personally, there's a lot of concern to return to the workplace for families who have relatives that are close that have compromised immune systems, right? My best friend and her family, they're still quarantining 2 years later because of that issue. So here's another question that came in. Are high-level young employees trending desire to be in person, or is it just high-level older in person? So we actually thought that we might find that more millennials were interested in returning to the workplace to get to know each other, to get to learn more about the work that they were doing. And we actually found that there was a slight increase of millennials who wanted to go back to the workplace than there were some of the other generations. So there is that correlation, and we have written about it. So there's another question: is it safe to assume that the resulting options were not already available at each participant's job? So not sure of the answer to that one. Sorry. Let's see. So here's a comment: if the pandemic is actually affecting the economy so much, how do a lot of people get a new job that could earn more money than the previous one? Well, I've been in talent management for a long time, and there's always been the sense that if an employee is good, they can probably get a job somewhere else that pays 10 to 15% more. But that's not the only reason why people stay. People stay because they believe in the mission of an organization. They stay because the commute, we used to have commutes, worked for them. They might have a friend in the office. They might like their colleagues, or they might be dedicated to their clients even. So there's a lot of reasons why people stay. And so if you're ever interested, do a search. You can see there are different reasons for why people would stay than there are for what would make people go. So it's always just interesting to look at those two questions in two different ways. So Dr. Kaufman, I got through a bunch of questions, and we got through a lot of data.
That's terrific. I'm afraid that some people may be asking questions in the chat box, but they should not be. Okay, I just want to repeat that instruction. If you have a question, address it to the Q&A box. Okay, I think that's the way to go. We want to make sure that we have our next panelists on board. If not, you can continue to ask questions of Robin. And I want to thank Robin for providing us with a deeper understanding of what's happening in the Great Resignation. And of course, it enlightened me to the fact that it's not new, and something that's just an ongoing process that's been going on for at least the last 10 years. And will probably continue into the future. Who knows how far it'll go if we extrapolate that graph. It may get even worse as we go on in coming years. And I just want to make sure, do we have is Lily on board? And
Lily's here.
Friday, yes.
Lily,
Friday,
wonderful,
Friday.
wonderful, wonderful. Well, now it's my sincere pleasure to introduce our speakers from Accenture, which is a co-sponsor of the conference for 4 years in a row. The presentation today will address Accenture's unique approaches in using touchless talent and organization sensing to identify talent retention drivers. Wow, that's a very exciting topic. And presenters will be Lily Duan, Dr. Duan is Managing Director of Accenture Strategy and Consulting, Talent and Organization Human Potential. And this is a promotion, so congratulations, Lily.
Thanks a lot.
And,
Thank you.
And you're going to be joined by one of your colleagues who's new to the stage here. We're happy to welcome back Lily for a second year in a row, actually. And joining Lily for the first time will be Bridie Fanning. Dr. Fanning, Managing Director, Accenture Strategy and Consulting, Talent and Organization Human Potential. Sounds like the same place. In any case, welcome aboard for both of you, and the floor is yours. I'm glad you both made it right on time.
Thank you. Brandy, do you want to share your screen? We're waiting for the presentations, and I just want to do a quick round of introductions for myself, as well as I'll give the mic to Brandy to introduce herself. And both of us are managing directors, although Brandy is much more senior than me, and we're working with the Accenture Strategy and Consultants, the human TNO and human potential. My emphasized areas is focusing on the TNO, the talent organization analytics. So the data, the numbers, the machine learnings, the the algorithms and the big data, and a lot of those would have fallen into my domain. And Dr. Brandon Funnings and has a very in-depth into the banking industry experiences. And Brandy, I will turn to you.
Okay, so just briefly to introduce myself, I'm Bridie Fanning, and I lead our North America banking practice for Accenture for talent and organization. My background, I've actually been a chief HR officer of multiple public companies, and I moved into consulting with Boston Consulting Group some years ago and joined Accenture to lead our financial services practice. But I've been in consulting as well as HR roles. And I also have 3 master's degrees and a doctorate. So academically, I've also enjoyed being a guest lecturer at a number of universities. And I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of the insights and some of the research that we've done in the banking sector with regards to the Great Resignation and culture.
So if we move to the next slides, I'll just quickly introduce today's agenda topic. We have roughly about 60 minutes, and I will cover really briefly in 15 minutes-ish or so to cover the first 2 topics. One is really refers to the kind of data and methodologies that we are using for this particular banking research. As well as beyond the banking research, what would be, because we're all scientists, what would be the general questions that we have associated with this innovative analytics towards the validity of the behind the methodologies. And then I will turn the mic to Brandy's to give the in-depth introductions towards what is the findings that we have for the banking culture as well as retention insights. So we'll leave roughly about 5 minutes-ish or so for discussions and questions. So what is the NLP solution? And the methodology we're using here is not the typical survey approach. If we're thinking about, oftentimes we try to do an industry understanding towards people, towards culture, towards talent. The common approach is, let's go ahead and survey the executives, the HR professionals, the employees, to understand their perspective and insights. And that's, I would say, it's still a very important component for us to get the industry insights. What we have been leverage is giving that in the digital development, as well as how much information were public available or digital footprint any given organization these days have. And our key question is, are we able to leverage the new analytic approach or the methodology to draw those insights, to understand what is the impact of organization culture, value proposition, and the talent management practices towards the retention, attrition, and other talent-related outcomes. And we haven't been doing this in the last, I would say, 5 years or so within Accenture's organalytic groups, and we have found great success towards to unlock the potential domains as a new ways of data analytics. And the NLP specific, it's natural language processing. If you're a data scientist and if you're engineers and you're quite familiar with this analytics, is basically using machine learning to best understand unstructured qualitative like statements. It could be someone's review. It could be an article. It could be the CEO's letters towards stakeholders. And what we were doing here is to let the machines to understand those unstructured statements and comments in a ways to quickly convert those those data into sentiment assessment, link back to the different frameworks that we have. And what we have created is, new solutions. Culture MRI is assessment to help us to understand organization culture, people value propositions to help understand employees' value propositions and their preference towards their employer selections. The scale scans to understand the talent flow, and particularly around, for any given organizations, what kind of talents you're attracting, what kind of talent you try to acquire, what kind of talents currently stay and working with your organization. The org fit assessment is to specifically help organizations to understand during merger or before merger, to understand whether there's good culture fit, there's good HR practice fit, there are good HR policies fit. Even before you have a close touch with a given organization, so you can run those assessments. We often call it as a culture due diligence. The IDPI, the Inclusion Diversity Perception Index, specifically have a deep dive into the ID&E domains to understand a company's perceptions by the public eyes towards their inclusion and diversity aspect. With that said, I will give the next page is typically showing the flow of the analytics, and the typical kind of data is what you can see is from two channels. One is, you can all understand, it's from the social media. It's how the organizations get disgusted by the public. And we oftentimes get it from the employee reviews from Glassdoor, Indeed, Vault. We have over 10 different channels for our data sources for this components of data. Another big channels of data that we also saying that, hey, beyond what you get disgusted in the public domains, you as an organization also have the abilities to project and reflect about what you are doing in this domain. So that's a second set of data that we ensure to integrate into the analysis. It is how the company represented themselves to the public eyes. And that will be the annual report from organization, what do you put on your company website, what is the the CSR reports that you have. And if it's public traded organizations, the earning call transcript often get leveraged and used for this kind of analysis. Let's go to, I will skip this one, but I sense that we're talking about the a lot of the audience were students from the schools, and then I want to give you the analytic flow so you have that as a reference. From a benefits point of view, I want to highlight a few advantages towards this new methodologies. And the first, and we call it as a no touch, means that for giving organizations, we don't need to reach out to their employees, or their employees doesn't need to provide any inputs for us to draw the insights. And some of the other things I want to highlight is associated with the database. Because the data is already out there, we're able to quickly create a huge database, enable us to have industry views, have global views, have country views towards certain talent trends. And give you an example, use Culture MRI, the culture assessment as an example. Currently, we have, I would say 600 plus each organizations in our database that were able to draw insights around the culture elements. So I want to quickly move to the next session, given the time. So the next session is a few selected research that we have done to answer the questions. It's great, Lily. It's great that we're using this no-touch assessment to draw insights, but how you can ensure the validity of the analysis that you are doing. That is the key questions that we're trying to answer since the beginning of the leveraging of the new methodologies. And The next few slides, and we can just quickly flip it through, framing, just give you a summaries of the different kind of analytics that we do to ensure the validity of the assessment, what we regardless is inclusion, diversity, value proposition, talent retentions, as well as culture. And we ensure all the analytics we're running into like millions of gigabytes of the algorithms, that the analytics is valid, where we link back to EBITDA, we link back to the other similar analytics. So for example, the rankings from Glassdoor, and as well as some of the, some of important ones that we're also doing a lot of survey, internal survey for organizations. So we link the outside in survey, the outside in culture assessment with the internal survey assessment. What we have found out, if we go to the next page, what we have found out is correlations between the correlation coefficients for the survey culture assessment as well as the outside in culture assessment is 0.34. And for social science point of view, it's statistic significant is positive. For sure, we don't expect it will be a 1.00 correlation, but this gives us the confidence towards the methodology, towards the analytics. So I think I'm kind of on time, so I will turn the mic to Brandeis to start to show you the in-depth insights that we have conducted for the banking industry.
Okay, Lily, thank you very much. So I think Lily's done a good explanation of explaining some of the methodology for the analysis we used. And what we did is we took a look at the banking sector in particular. And what I want to do is actually show you how these analytics gave us the insights that we were looking for. We've written a number of articles. We were in Forbes a couple of weeks ago talking about some of this research, and I have a regular blog post every 2-3 weeks or so where we talk about some of these findings. But to start, just to ground you a little bit in banking, the banking sector is going through a lot of disruptions right now, especially post-pandemic. But effectively, there's lots of fintechs and new entrants into the market using digital in new and creative ways that's cutting some of the customer base from the banks. Also, there's a huge focus on digital banking. It's not surprising to you that through the pandemic, that accelerated insofar as many customers now are comfortable doing things online in a way that they may not have been pre-pandemic. And customers are much more digitally savvy than they used to be, and they have expectations of what that digital experience should look like. And additionally, banking customers want to deal with banks that are purpose-driven, that are doing good things for society. And meanwhile, there's a real shift in wealth in the banking sector, how people are actually managing their wealth. So as it moves from one generation to another, people don't want to bank and manage their wealth in the same way that their parents did. And all these trends, plus others, are creating a great deal of disruption in what is a traditional sector. Many of these banks are 100 years, 150 years old and more, and they're all going through pretty significant disruption. But also there is not just disruption going on in the industry, but there's also disruption going on in the workplace. And I think Robin talked about some of that in the prior presentation. But effectively, employees want to work for an organization that is really doing good in society, that they can do meaningful work. They want to work for an organization that they're proud of, that they're proud of the purpose of that organization and how they benefit society. they're looking for their employers to provide them their well-being. And again, Robin talked about that in the prior conversation. And when I think about well-being, I'm not just talking about the safety protocols around COVID, but also well-being in terms of mental health well-being. And they want to be able to trust their employers, and they're looking for their employers to trust them. So if they're going to work more flexibly, then they're looking for their employers to trust that they're working when they should be working. And also, people look to their employers for information about the pandemic during the pandemic. So really a lot of trust in employers, and that's two-way trust. And organizations need to be now much more than ever focused on people and putting people at the center of what they're trying to do, as opposed to thinking about the people implications of a project or a program as an afterthought. And those organizations that really put the health and well-being of their people first and showed a caring side through the pandemic definitely have reaped some benefits of that in terms of the talent challenges around the Great Resignation. But people are looking for flexibility. Organizations are providing more flexibility than before, and people want to learn and reskill and keep their skills up to date. So the trends are not just in the banking sector, but also the workplace is fundamentally changing and looking for new ways to work. So what we're seeing is the demand for talent has intensified greatly. Banks are finding that their programs and their growth is getting impeded by some of the talent shortages. And this can be particularly acute in some of the highly skilled areas and some of the technology areas. We talk about the Great Resignation, but a lot of industries are struggling to retain talent, not just in the banking sector, but how do they become more attractive to the younger generation entering the workforce, when what we found is that so few are actually expressing interest in coming into financial services. So overall, between the industry disruption, the workplace disruption, it's calling for organizations to have new operating models, new ways of working, providing new skills for their employees and new experiences in the ways in which people want to work. So a lot of disruption and change is happening in the banking sector. So one of the surveys that we did is we asked C-suite executives, how responsible do you feel employers are for things such as emotional, mental well-being and relationships of your employees? And C-suite executives basically responded, not so much. And yet employees are looking for a much kinder, softer, interested employer who's actually interested in them holistically and looking after them in a holistic way, and not just providing them the financial benefits or the employability benefits of training, but they're also looking for their employers to actually think about their emotional and physical well-being and how they collaborate and work at work. So there's a bit of a disconnect there between senior executives, what they think they're responsible for, and what employees feel that they should be. So then we come on specifically to the banking sector. And we did a survey a while ago that actually looked at the future of work. And we looked at the banking sector along with other industries. And one of the things that we found is that in the financial services sector, there was less a proportion that felt they were thriving than those overall in the global workforce across other industries. And it was significant enough that it made us think, wow, what's happening in the banking sector that people are not thriving and feeling as well as they are in maybe some of the other sectors of the economy. So we did this outside-in analysis that Lily talked about, where we actually took 25 banks, and that's what you see here. A couple of global, such as HSBC and Santander. We had 3 from Canada, and the rest are North American banks in the United States. And we said, okay, what are their employees saying about them on the internet? If we were to look at Glassdoor, Indeed, and some of these other websites, what are the comments that are out there from their current employees and their prior employees as to how they view working at these organizations? And then what we did is we looked at that data holistically and said, okay, what are they saying about the banking sector? And what we found is that on the whole, people were more positive about the compensation, the rewards, the benefits that came with a job in the banking sector. They were also favorable about the opportunities that they were provided and the training opportunities they were doing. But what really came through quite strongly is with regards to caring and social dynamics, they expressed a lot of concerns. So feelings about favoritism, politics, does my leader care about me? Am I treated with empathy? Does my employer treat me as the center in terms of thinking about my well-being? The banking sector did not come out well. But people really did appreciate within banking the brand of sometimes working for some of these prestigious banks. So there were certainly pluses with regards to being in the banking sector, particularly with regards to rewards, opportunity, and prestige. But there was definitely a feeling that banks are lacking in empathy and the people aspects of them as employees with regards to working in the banking sector. So we took the 25 banks that were in the study, and what we did is we looked at the overall experience. So we looked at those 5 categories around rewards, opportunity, values and brand, people centricity. And we said, okay, how are these banks doing individually? And we ranked and stacked them against each other. And I'm not going to tell you which number here relates to which bank, but I will share that some of the Canadian banks fared much better in overall employee comments on the internet than some of the US-based banks. And that was also true for a couple of the international banks as well, such as HSBC and Santander. That gave us quite some insights about there were huge differences in how people were commenting on their employer between some banks and other banks. So it really led to the question about what were some of those banks doing, though they were doing better than some of those that didn't score as well, or ultimately didn't have as many positive comments. And then what we did, and Lily talked about this somewhat, is we compared the net sentiment score. So what the net sentiment score is there's more positive comments than negative comments about that employer on the internet. And overall, generally, there are more positive comments than negative comments about employers on the internet. But the question is, how many more positive comments than negative comments? So overall, what we found is that the industry average was about 0.36 in terms of positive comments. And we took that and we compared it to investments in technology and how digitally focused, digitally savvy those organizations were in terms of technology. And we found the data correlated that those organizations that were better at technology, investing in technology, also had higher net sentiment scores with regards to the people aspects of them as an employer. And that was actually true across the board. Whatever we kind of correlated the data with, if there was a correlation, those banks that did well tended to do well across the board. And those banks that maybe didn't score so well, i.e., had more negative comments than banks that had more positive comments, what we found is they tended to be challenged across technology, financial results, diversity and inclusion. So the message here was, if you're a good employer, you tend to be good across a number of areas, not just in one. And then what we looked at was, as Lily talked about, we did a cultural view, taking the Accenture cultural assessment and said, okay, what are those areas that banks are doing well in and considered leaders in the industry versus compared to other industries? And people generally found that banks were fairly innovative compared to other industry sectors, and that they were more entrepreneurial than maybe some people found in their other industries. What was then interesting is we did a survey about what was being discussed in the C-suite with regards to culture. And what we found is that the topic, for example, hybrid work, remote work, that Robin was recently talking about, is we found that was very much a topic around organizational culture in the C-suite. And also people talking a lot about the pandemic on organization culture. And so what's happened is post-pandemic, employers are really thinking about their cultures. What do they need to do in terms of make intentional changes with regards to their organization cultures? And what we found was similar to some of the survey data when we did the outside-in analysis, is that people perceived their industry more positively than those in the banking sector. And even within financial services, we found banking, capital markets, people to feel much more positive, for example, in the insurance industry. And when you look at the data, generally people find insurance to be a much kinder, more caring employer than, for example, what we found in the banking sector, and indeed in the other industries. So what was it with regards to these culture elements that we saw that banking was lacking? And this is a bit of an eye chart, so I'm not going to go through it and explain it, but generally we found, for example, public service and utilities type companies were much more positive on many of the cultural elements, for example, than what we found in the banking sector. And that kind of made us think about, okay, so what is it with regards to culture in banks? What is it that people are saying? And we did the analysis looking at retail banking, investment corporate banking, and payments, and looked for some real differences with regards to how people found working in these various sectors. And overall, what we found was in the regulated industries of banking, including retail, payments, and so on, is that people found the regulations to be really quite a challenge with regards to the flexibility and agility that people were looking for from today's employers. They found that banks are almost an antithesis of what people are looking for employers today. So a lot of formal hierarchical job architecture systems, people aren't looking for that in their employers today. People want more flexibility. You heard that from Robin, and yet we've had some very CEOs come out quite clearly and say, you know, we had one CEO talk about working from home is an aberration. And it's really alien to building cultures, and they want people back in the workplace and in the office where their employers can see them. And people perceive that as not only wanting flexibility, but a lack of trust. So if I was to go back to what people are looking for their employers today, it's quite different to how banks operate in today's environment. And overall, it's begging, if banks want to win in the talent battles, then they really need to start thinking about modernizing their cultures and rethinking their HR practices, programs, and policies. So we also took a look at diversity, and overall banks didn't have that bad a perception with regards to inclusion and in the workplace. But there was a feeling that diversity was an area that they needed to focus on. But again, look at how mixed it is. You can see there are some organizations that were considered to be doing really well on inclusion and diversity, and some banks were not considered to be doing so well. But again, back to the point that I made about, if you're doing well, then you're probably doing well across the board. And we found that those banks that scored well in terms of their net sentiment scores, i.e. more positive comments than negative comments, also did better on diversity, and also did better on technology and technology investments. And generally, we found that innovation was also correlated, or how employees commented about innovation also correlated with inclusion and diversity data. And one of the interesting facts that we found when we looked at this is those organizations that had female executives in their senior leadership scored much better in terms of diversity perceptions by their employees than those organizations that were lacking in female diversity. We didn't necessarily find the same finding with regards to ethnic minorities, but the bottom line is that you can't kind of fake this. If you want to be considered as a diverse employer, then you need to show you're diverse, particularly at the senior leadership level. It doesn't matter how you market or campaign yourself. If you don't have good gender diversity at the top of your organization, then that is going to show in the employee perceptions of diversity of your organizations. And then again, Lily talked about this, but we correlated the net sentiment data with the EBITDA results, earnings before income tax, and accretive growth. And what you can find here is that on the whole, it correlated significantly. So those organizations that do better financially also do better in terms of employee comments about them. They feel their people practices are stronger and they say more positive things about their employer. And then what we also looked at is we looked at attrition, and we looked at publicly available attrition data with regards to, was there a cultural link with regards to talent retention and those organizations that maybe had more churn, more employees leave their organizations. And maybe not surprisingly, if you think about some of the findings that Robin talked about in the earlier presentation, we found there was a correlation between how employees talked positively about their organizations and their cultures as to what we found with regards to the retention data. So those organizations that had higher net sentiment scores, i.e. had more positive cultures, had lower turnover than those organizations that had more negative commentary. So the bottom line is, when it comes to the Great Resignation, culture matters. The more positive your culture, the more likely you are to keep your employees. But the other thing we looked at was compensation. And Robin talked about people will move for a compensation bump. But what we found looking at employee comments is, whilst compensation was important, it wasn't a deciding factor. In fact, it was cultures that were much more linked to retention than, for example, compensation. So things like having a boss that you feel is not treating you with favoritism, but rewarding you based on merit, that there are positive dynamics in the organization, like less politics, that is innovative and entrepreneurial, investing in technology, creating new products, doing new things, and having a leader that you feel you can trust, and feeling that the senior leadership of the organization is got your best interests at heart, and they're going to treat you with respect, and they're going to think about your well-being in a holistic way. So our real takeaway from this is culture really matters when it comes to the banking sector, and there are more important factors in culture than with regards to others. So compensation, for example, that you see there at 0.24, whilst the banking sector scored very well by their employees on rewards and growth opportunities, when it comes to retention and keeping people, they're much more excited by having a lot of collaboration and a positive work culture, and having innovation and entrepreneurism in their organization. But what was fascinating is that culture matters more in the banking sector than it does in some of those other industries. So you may remember at the beginning of this, I talked about some industries scored better on the cultural indexes than the banking sector did. And yet what we found is, in banking, there was a much, much higher correlation with a positive culture and people saying positive things about the bank they were working for in banking and retention than any of the other industries. So the takeaway here is the culture really matters when it comes to retention with regards to the banking sector, and it matters more than it does in many of the other industries. The other thing we found is that prestige that comes with working in financial services for some of the maybe more reputable, prestigious banks also matters. People want to work for an employer that is well regarded, well known, as well as having a really good culture. And yet we found, again, with regards to compensation and rewards, that wasn't a big driver of retention. You might be able to retain somebody with money in the short term, but over the long term, it's culture and having positive dynamics in your organization around your culture that's really going to get people to stay with you. So at that point, I know I've been talking for half an hour, and I know Lily talked for about 15 minutes. So we did want to leave some time for questions. So what I'd like to do at this point is see what questions we have. And if I recall that the questions were in the Q&A. So I'm looking at the Q&A, and I can see we have a question and also a bit of a statement that there's a vibrant market and talent market too in fintechs. Can banks take advantage of that? And the answer to that would be yes, banks can and do. So very often right now, banks are generating or migrating, I should say, to the cloud from legacy technology systems. And a lot of the talent that they're looking for are in some of these fintech organizations with regards to technology. So they're very much looking at attracting people from fintechs. But it's harder for some of the big banks to do so, because if you're in a fintech, not necessarily, there are some big fintechs out there like Fiserv. I was the chief HR officer of Fiserv for some time. But when you look at fintech organizations, they tend to be entrepreneurial, innovative, fast-paced with positive cultures. So people generally don't want to go from these, if you think about the data, these innovative, entrepreneurial were two of the most important cultural elements, to these organizations that maybe don't move as fast and are less innovative. So yes, it's a source of talent, but it's much harder for banks to attract talent from fintechs. A lot of banks lose talent to some of the fintech organizations. So Lily, I think the next question might be for you.
Happy, yeah, happy to take that one. But before we move to the next questions, I also seeing that is that Kaushik that raised the hand to want to provide some perspective for the first question.
Okay.
Kaushik, do you want to just jump in?
No, I think he's just, marking the questions.
The questions. Okay.
Yeah, hi. I'm one of the co-hosts, so I'm just answering the questions. That's
okay. Okay, just want to make sure we don't miss a good inputs from you. I'll move to the second question, is really around the kind of data that we use for this analysis, as well as how we're able to ensure the credibilities, the validities from the analytics point of view. So I will address these questions from two angles. The first angle is to ensure the quality and the validity of the analysis using the various approach that we have integrated to the analytics that we have. The first one I want to highlight is the type of data, or the listed of the various of the data channels that we integrated to the analysis. It's not only just refers to the social media, we also leverage almost any digital footprint companies would have, like their, the information we're able to find from their website, like any of the cross-industry, cross-company research report, as well as some of the business publications associated with the certain topics. So using that as a ways to ensure that we get multi-data source in a ways to capture the broader data and the broader pictures towards what is really going on for organization. On the other components towards the validity of the analytics that we do is there is pro and cons for this methodology. The pro on that is when we go ahead and look at the results at an organization level or at a broader levels within the organization, we're able to draw enough data points to build the enough reliability and validity towards the analytics. However, from the banking research, you're able to see we're not intent to go like in depth towards a specific demographic groups within an organization. So we're clear about where we can draw a valid conclusion and where we cannot. Therefore, all the analysis that we have is based on the listed of sample and the data points we're able to draw and how much confidence we're able to conclude and what level. And we don't go beyond and the difference between surveys, and you can probably tell that, hey, I want to understand the inclusion diversity perceptions for, like the Indian migrate contract workers in Singapore, and to understand their perspective compared to the general organization view. We were not intend to use this methodologies to answer that question. So that is the limit towards the methodology, but it's also a good practice for us to stay with the scientific approved analytic range towards the conclusions and the insights. Okay.
Thank you, Lily. So I'm looking at the next question. I'm not 100% clear on what it is. I think it's asking with regards to, did companies see extra benefits from working remotely with regards to lower expenses for travel, hotels, and meals? Or is it seen as an entitlement and perk? I'm not 100% certain what the question is. I know in talking to a lot of the employers in banks, to their HR organizations, the focus seems to be mainly on where they have this is getting people into the office versus cutting business travel. Although I have found in the consulting sector, of which obviously that I'm part, is that we have found that some of the organizations no longer want the same level of travel and expenses from consulting organizations in the offices if they've kind of gone for a hybrid workplace. But generally, the motivation of banks wanting people in the office has been around culture, innovation, the things that Robin was talking about earlier, as opposed to you can work from home and then we can reduce our travel budgets. Although I have found they've reduced travel budgets with regards to consulting organizations. So I don't know, do we have any more questions?
I think there are some questions that were mistakenly put into the chat box. So why don't you refer to you have a few minutes.
Yep, I can do that. I will do that.
Refer to the chat box. There are several questions directed to you guys personally, I think, and mistakenly put in the chat box.
Yeah, okay, so I've got a statement here from Fabio, basically saying more digital focused banks, more progressive company cultures overall, perhaps more savvy and invested in their people and modern talent management questions. That is correct. I would agree with that. But one of the things I'll also add, and this is research that we've done, is let me just take cloud as an example. Those banks that have migrated to the cloud, that are seeing greater speed and agility benefits and greater benefits overall from their cloud migration, are those organizations that have more collaborative and people-centric focused cultures and provide continuous learning for their people. So the reality is if you look at modern day technologies such as cloud that are flexible and provided, if you like, as a service, and to get the benefits of those modern technologies, you need less hierarchy, more flexibility, more collaboration, less silos, and people pulling and working together. And we find that those banks that are more modern, I'll call that modern, and have greater focus on culture and people actually reap much bigger, better, faster benefits from their cloud migrations than those organizations that maybe don't focus on those people elements so well. So there is definitely a correlation between cultures, people centricity, and reaping the benefits for technology. So I wasn't surprised when we did the correlations and found that it both in the data, in the retention data, and found it in the financial results, and found it in the diversity results. So that wasn't surprising. The other thing is Mark Rothenberg has kind of put something here. So non-US based banks tend to have very different types of comments than US based. Quite fascinating. Well, we thought so too. And I think we don't know this, but we think it's because those other banks in Canada and the international banks are much more socially orientated, employee friendly laws, regulations. They're much more employee friendly countries with regards to their regulations and laws, etc. So employers, they tend to be so much more employee friendly than maybe what we find in some of the US banks generally. Although again, those US banks that focus on people and their employees have better outcomes, better financial results, better technology results, better diversity results, and they have lower attrition. So no surprise, culture is a big driver of how people feel about their employers.
I just want to add additional data points associated with those the insights or the data findings from banks in different countries. And we have found the similar patterns with our survey research. Means, even not using the outside-in approach as the touchless analytics and the survey results across different countries, even within the organization or cross organizations that headquarter or mainly indicate in one specific countries or region, and the patterns were quite similar from an employee sentiment point of view, from employee engagement point of view, from an overall organization culture assessment point of view. Just want to highlight in a way is it's not driven by the data or the methodology, and it's driven by some of the other broader organization of business and culture. When I say culture, less refers to the organization culture, but more towards the country business culture in a way to influence the employees' perception and perspectives.
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at the Q&A, and Gabrielle's clarified the question, which is remote work in a global environment. Can that build more innovation and teamwork? Because people are able to interact globally. So for example, someone like myself, I can be on calls early morning with some of my colleagues in India, and in a consulting business, we work quite seamlessly across different time zones and different countries on a global basis, because we're rarely all in the office at the same time working next to each other, which is what you find in industry. I would argue that it's of enormous benefit to Accenture, and it certainly makes us more innovative and requires us to have a collaborative culture to leverage the skills and capabilities of people in different countries. The question is does our data support that? And I have to say, I don't think that was something we looked at the data, certainly not in the banking sector study I did. Lily, I don't know if you've looked at that at all.
I can share some of the research that we have done and what we called in following into the topics of the future of work. The future of work research that we have done is specifically look at the remote work, the hybrid work, or the or even the globalizations of locations, or even within United States, that the expansions of the locations from, like if we use one of the CPG companies, the before pandemic, the recruiting policies is 50 miles for recruiting, means that you need to hire someone within the 50 miles of the either the headquarters or the plants. But now they have expanded that to the broader range of locations in a way. What we have found out, on one hand, the conclusion is the technology-enabled remote work definitely contribute positively towards innovation, towards agility, towards team effectiveness, as well as some of the other productivity related indicator. However, on the other side of the story, what we have found out is some company has been doing well, some others were not, is how the technology enabled collaborations or the remote work managed could impact positively as well as negatively towards organization culture, as well as employee engagement as and well-beings. And if the remote work is not managed in an effective, efficient way, it can help have a negative impact towards employee burnout, employee engagement, employee well-being. So I think that the common conclusions on that is remote work or globalizations can definitely have a positive impact on innovation, teamwork, productivity, and team effectiveness. However, it needs to be managed well to have a positive impact towards the sentiment associated with employee experiences.
Thank you, Lily. So I'm conscious we're at time. I want to thank all of you for participating and for your questions. And hopefully you found the information that we shared with you useful and helpful. Thank you.
I see there are more questions, but we'll have to postpone those to the Q&A period, which starts at 5 o'clock, okay, for everybody. So those questions, look at those questions and maybe address them during that time frame, okay?
Thank
Good.
you.
Yes, and I want to thank you both, Lily and Bridie, for your wonderful insights on culture's role as a driver in talent retention, utilizing NLP, which we're doing too as well, and other we've been doing it for some years now, with our NYU research team. We'll hear more about we won't hear about it today, but the previous conferences there was a focus on that. We now have a great period of rest for about 15 minutes. Okay, so you can take a coffee break or whatever, and we'll resume in 15 minutes at 3 p.m. Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like we lost some people in the break. I guess people are still having their snacks or whatever, as I am, in fact. Anyway, we're starting our second segment of the afternoon, our final stretch. And we have a lot of exciting presentations coming up. And I'm pleased to welcome Microsoft as a first-time participant in this conference. The speaker will be Eric Knudsen. Dr. Knudsen is a principal manager in people science and Microsoft Viva. Eric has been a guest speaker at my seminar for graduate students several years ago. And that's where I first met him. At the time, he was at JetBlue. And I reconnected with him recently. Actually, he was at LinkedIn when I reconnected with him. And I wanted him to speak as a representative of LinkedIn, but his group was moving to Microsoft. So now we have it for Microsoft. And so we're really very privileged to have him come as a speaker at this year's conference. I should mention that his research focuses on attrition versus attraction, which is a very interesting distinction there. A dual lens on the Great Resignation. So we're going to hear a very interesting presentation of what's happening. I think he has data from his own organization, and I will want to hear more about what Eric is doing, because it's been a while since I've heard his last presentation for my students. Eric, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. I will just take a moment to share my screen.
No Microsoft backdrop?
No, I'm here. I'll explain that in a bit, but I'm here
Okay.
representing two, arguably maybe three different brands today.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
All right. I hope my slides are visible to everybody. Are you able to see them now?
Yeah.
Great. All right. So thanks for the introduction. I'm here to share a bit about an alternative lens through which we're viewing the Great Resignation. And that is primarily through the lens of attraction. In the Great Resignation dialogue in the media, we've heard a lot about attrition, the risks of losing our employees. And sometimes we forget that the moment of loss for organizations is sometimes and often a moment of gain for other organizations. And so LinkedIn is uniquely positioned to measure and report out on both of these things. And so I'm actually going to index a little more on the attraction side, because I think it's a unique perspective to provide. But quickly, just a little bit about me. So as Hal said, not so long ago, I was working for LinkedIn. I was actually supporting a product called Glint, which is an employee engagement survey platform. That product was its own company 5-6 years ago and was acquired by LinkedIn in 2018. For those of you that don't know, Microsoft is actually the parent company of LinkedIn. And just maybe a month ago now, it was announced that Microsoft would be internally acquiring the Glint team and product in order to integrate and enhance the value of it by making it a part of the Microsoft Viva suite of employee experience tools. So for those of you not familiar with Viva, it's a suite of tools and platforms built primarily in Microsoft Teams that supports employee experience, collaboration, and enablement. And so Glint was a natural fit for the product vision and strategy for Viva. And so we are being adopted by our parent company, Microsoft. And that's why I have three logos here today, because in a very short span of time, I have represented both Glint, LinkedIn, and most recently Microsoft. Today, I'm a principal manager on a team called People Science in the Microsoft Viva organization. And People Science is a team that infuses thought leadership, perspective, research, insights into product decision-making, internal decision-making, and also to provide Glint customers with organizational expertise that supports them on their engagement journeys. So that was a bit of a mouthful, but hopefully that explains the journey that I've taken from Glint through LinkedIn all the way to Microsoft Viva, where we live today. What you're going to see today, what I'm going to share with you, is primarily data pulled together between Glint, the engagement survey platform, and LinkedIn employer branding data. Excuse me. Before I hop into sort of a quick outline and agenda, I just wanted to throw this stat up on the screen. And I think this emphasizes or underpins what I was trying to convey earlier, which is the Great Resignation is not just about a whole bunch of people leaving organizations. Many, not all, but many of those people are leaving one organization for another. In fact, LinkedIn has seen a 7-fold increase in the demand for recruiters on its platform, highlighting that the pandemic is not just a moment where jobs and people are going away, but actually this is a critical opportunity for organizations to think about how they can attract the people who are free agents or in the market and exploring opportunities for their next job move. And I like framing this up as, you know, the Great Resignation is not just about leaving where you are, but it's also about finding somewhere new to go. And one critical lever that organizations have to build attraction and to think about an attraction strategy to their organization is through the lens of employer branding. Sometimes we refer to employer branding as employer value proposition. So we actually heard Brady and Lily talk a little bit about employer branding just a moment ago. I'll do a bit of a deeper dive now on exactly how we think about employer branding, what should go into employer value proposition. Then I'll share a bit about what we've learned by looking at the employer value proposition data that we've had in aggregate. So what are some of the elements that most attract job candidates or people considering new opportunities? And these are the key elements or tools that organizations have in their toolbox to think not just about retention, but also to think about attraction. In the third section, we'll think about, or I'll share a bit about why it's important that organizations not just convey an employer value proposition, the different facets of their employee experience that they are advertising to the talent market, but that they actually live and realize that value proposition, so that candidates don't join an organization and realize their internal experience is not aligned with the portrayal of that experience while they were candidates. And then finally, I'll share a pretty broad descriptive approach to starting the journey of scoring yourself or evaluating your own organizations on how aligned your employer value proposition and your employee experience are. So it'll be pretty high level, just a simple steps to take that will allow you to produce a top line scorecard about how you're doing there. But first, what is an employer value proposition? This is a little bit of a text heavy slide here, I'll admit, but I think all the details are important here. An EVP, I'll say EVP for short, encompasses mission, values, culture, and it really is the collection of reasons that employees or prospective employees should feel compelled to join your organization. It's effectively your offering to the talent market. And it's important because we know it helps attract top talent, helps retain, helps prioritize talent goals, and really organization-wide priorities and agendas. It also makes sure that you're anchoring on the facets of employee experience that matter most to your culture and organization. And then, of course, it gives you a template through which you can refer to and reflect on to evaluate how well are we delivering against the experience that we'd like to create. And thinking about this is really the first step to take in building an employer brand at a moment when companies are being, job candidates are being constantly bombarded with opportunities and talent brands from every direction. We think of EVPs as serving three primary purposes. One is to inform talent brand marketing. So the way that you position your employee experience on your career page, or the way that you show up in job fairs or recruiting events, the messaging that you use to catch the attention of people in a competitive talent environment. It also helps set expectations for incoming employees for what they can and should expect from the employee experience once they're inside the organization. And then the third, of course, is, again, an EVP provides the specific employee experience anchors on which the organization can either strive to achieve, or it creates another reference point to evaluate, are we creating the talent experience that we aspire to? So these are the three purposes of EVP. We also think about what are the layers of this from the inside out, almost like an onion. And this actually reflects our measurement strategy of employer value proposition. So we start with this broad question: what does the talent market care most about? What facets of employee experience matter most to the market? This information gets used in our case, we learn about what the talent market wants, and then we can share that with customers who are trying to think or reflect on how to craft an employer value proposition. Then there's talent brand. So talent demands is what the market expects. Talent brand is what the market thinks about you today. What talent experience is your organization known for? This is another layer that at LinkedIn we're able to capture by surveying pools of talent that are associated with or familiar with specific organizations to understand, when you think of this company, do you think they excel in these 14 areas? And then the third layer, the core of it all, is employee experience. So you have the demands of the market, you have what the market thinks about you, and then finally, you have what your workforce is feeling and experiencing. And a strong, effective, successful EVP requires that these are aligned. That what's important to the market is also is reflective of the way the market perceives your organization, is reflective of the reality your employees experience internally. And so by combining panel surveys of LinkedIn member samples to capture the talent demand and talent brand layers of EVP with the Glint perspective on internal employee experience at organizations, we can provide this well-rounded, three-layered view of employer value proposition. And this is sort of the framework that we used for some of the analyses that I'll share with you in a moment. So like I said, we captured data through LinkedIn samples. These are globally representative English-speaking samples of LinkedIn members that we ask to provide ratings of importance on various employee experience attributes. And then also we ask them to evaluate specific organizations that they have some contact or association with. I'll provide a little more detail there in a moment, just to get a sense of where the talent brand for various organizations stands. And then on the right side, through aggregate global analysis on Glint data, we can capture how organizations are actually delivering against the perceptions the market has of them. So that first element, what's important to the market, here are the EVP attributes, we call them, that these LinkedIn member samples get asked. So we can effectively rank order these 14 employer value proposition attributes on importance to LinkedIn member samples. So you can see things like mission and purpose represented, some of these symbolic traits of organizations, again, mission, purpose, meaningful impact in organizations, and then more instrumental traits as well, like excellent compensation and benefits, good work-life balance, traits that feel a little more tangible. And then for the two inner layers, so what is your talent brand and then what is your employee experience? We effectively use the same 14 EVP attributes, but now we will provide a company name based on the member's association with or interaction with, for example, the company page of a company on LinkedIn, or the composition of their network, if they're associated with many people who work at a company. The key is they don't work at the company themselves, because we want an external perception of the talent brand from outside the organization. And so we can ask, when you think of this company, do you feel that they do a very good job on any one of these EVP attributes? And these attributes can actually be mapped to survey items that exist in Glint's survey taxonomy. And so effectively, we have a comparison point that allows us to compare how companies are perceived relative to these attributes, and then how employees at that company are experiencing those attributes. I alluded to this a bit earlier, but we just make sure respondents have some association with the organizations that they're reflecting on, but they are not employed by those organizations. The point is to get an external perception of companies' talent brands. So it could be that they work in the same industry, they follow the company, they viewed or interacted with a job at the company, etc. So by combining all this data, we can learn a little bit more about what matters to the talent market, and then actually, through the second part, actually start asking, what are the costs of having an EVP that employees internally at your organization are not experiencing? What is the cost of that misalignment, or what are the benefits of making sure you're delivering an employee experience that is aligned with the talent brand? All right, so let's dive into the analysis. What does the talent market care about most today? So these analyses are from the aggregation of somewhere between 100 and 150 organizations. This first part is not associated with anyone or any specific company. We're just asking the general talent pool, what matters most to you? And then I'll dive in a bit later to what we found when companies are aligned in their EVP and their employee experience or not. So again, this first piece is just the talent demands layer. What does the talent market want? And here's what we found. We found that the top priorities for talent market are, of course, work-life balance, compensation and benefits, ranks number 2, colleagues and culture, effective management, challenging work, and flexible work arrangements. What's interesting is when we look globally at how companies are delivering employee experiences on these 6 attributes, we can see actually the 2 most important attributes for prospective employees or job candidates are actually among these 6 the lowest performing. Companies are failing to deliver these at a level that the market seems to expect of organizations. And so just as an example, companies seem to be delivering a lot of flexibility, flex work, flex time, but they might actually still be missing the point a little bit in that just because you have flex work and flex time, it doesn't guarantee a sense of work-life balance, for example. You might be able to flex your work to 11 p.m. or midnight if you want, but if you have work that keeps you up till midnight, 1, 2, 3, you may not feel much balance. And so actually the market thinks about flexibility and work-life balance as 2 distinct concepts. This is one learning. I'm going to dive in a bit on the flexibility piece because it's a hot topic right now. Although flexibility is the number 6 priority for incoming candidates, it is becoming more important. So although it's the bottom ranking of this top performing group, it actually is it's 12. We've seen a 12% increase year over year from early in the pandemic to mid-pandemic. This data was as of last summer. We haven't repeated this analysis to see now if it has increased in importance to the talent market even further. But June is coming up, and perhaps it's a moment for us to revisit this, see if the trend has continued or if it has leveled off. By the way, some of these insights are available in LinkedIn's Talent Drivers report. You can Google that. It's free and available to the public. And you'll see some of these visuals and insights in that report, as well as a whole bunch more, including some other detailed cuts and deep dives. Also, we know that I think this is pretty well known, but we know employees globally want to spend less time in the office. We measured year over year the percent of respondents reporting they want to be remote at least half of their work week. And we saw that increase from 8 in 10 to almost 9 in 10 respondents. And then we asked, or in the same question, we tried to capture the percent that prefer to be primarily or fully office-based. That went from 20% to just 13%. So about 1 in 10 prefers a full-time office work context. And so we can see that flexibility is becoming more important, but we should remember as organizations, flexibility does not guarantee balance. And ultimately, work-life balance, we know from external research, as well as additional internal research that we know balance is a key driver of employee retention.
We'll send you the info,
Yes.
period.
We also know when we do a deeper dive on flexibility itself, organizations are more likely to flex on work location than work time. So we still have some progress to make on allowing people to choose when they work as opposed to where they work. But a lot of organizations are offering flexibility. That's why it's one of the top performing attributes of companies. And when we look at a gender cut, which is pretty interesting, we do see females are significantly more likely to report no flexibility in where they work. Some of this is driven by the industries that they work in, if they are gender skewed industries like education. They're also less satisfied with that ability to choose work location. And they're actually more likely to say they feel they could be equally productive at home versus in the office, which is quite an interesting dynamic with their actual ability and enablement to work in alternative work locations. So I know I'm coming up on time here, so I'm going to keep moving. Next, we dive into the talent brand and employee experience piece. So here now we're comparing how often are organizations, among about 100 to 150 that we were able to analyze, how often are companies' EVPs aligned with their employee experiences? How often are they under delivering on that? And how often are they, do they have are they doing actually better than the market expects from them? And here's what we find. We were only able to measure 9 of the 14 attributes just due to sample size constraints. But here you can see companies were most likely to under-deliver on opportunity for rapid advancement within the company. In other words, job candidates expected greater advancement opportunity than were provided internally. And on the flip side, we see there's a couple where companies were pretty well aligned. One is compensation and benefits. This is the middle bar, the light green bar. And the other one pretty high is colleagues and culture that inspire employees to do their best. So these are, one of these is a symbolic trait, the culture piece, which you can capture and experience perhaps through the interview process. And the other is a pretty instrumental trait of organizations, which is comp and benefits. Often you get that information up front when you're interviewing. The next question we asked was, why does this matter? Why does it matter if EVP and experience are aligned? We looked at the percent favorable scores for our happiness, our work happiness item, that is how happy employees are being at work. And we segmented that analysis by those that were either under delivering, aligned, or over delivering on each of these attributes. And you can see there's a pretty consistent trend here where there's a pretty high cost, happiness cost associated with under delivering on expectation in all of these employee experience attributes. We repeated the same analysis for ENPS, or the likelihood to recommend their organization as a place to work. And we see nearly identical patterns with just a couple of exceptions, but in general, under delivering, there seems to be a pretty marked cost to overall employee happiness or likelihood to recommend the organization. And then just with my final minute or two, I just want to share one quick way you can reflect on your own delivery of EVP. If you have employer value proposition data, or you collect talent brand data either through a vendor or perhaps even independently through products or platforms like Glassdoor, you can generate a quick scorecard by comparing yourself to some benchmark or average. So in the case of EVP, if you work with a vendor, they probably have comparison points. If you're collecting through Glassdoor, they often publish reports where they provide overall averages you can compare to. And then on the engagement or employee experience side, hopefully your vendor or tool also provides some form of comparison. And the goal here is just to bucket your scores into whether you're above average, average, or below average on each of these EVP attributes. And by doing this, you can effectively compare your performance in each of these employee experience domains to understand, okay, we're above average in our talent brand, we're above average in our employee experience, so that our EVP and our experience are aligned, or perhaps we're under delivering on talent brand or even delivering better than talent brand. And so in effect, you can generate a pretty top line scorecard that looks a little bit like this. I know I'm at time now, and I want to make sure we we stay on track. So happy to answer questions asynchronously, and anyone can always reach out on LinkedIn or by email or Twitter. You can reach me if you have any follow-ups. But thanks everybody for joining.
Thank you. The questions, by the way, can be addressed during our Q&A period if you're able to get back to that. Okay, so why don't you take a look at your questions and you may want to answer them, directly in the Q&A box, or if you can be with us during the Q&A period, you can address some of those then. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Hal.
Anyway, sure. And thank you, Eric, for that very useful dual lens perspective focusing on attraction and the employee value proposition, which I had never heard before, but I think it's a very useful approach, and we're probably likely to hear more about it in the future. And now we're going to move on to Johnson & Johnson. And I'm delighted to welcome a speaker from our main conference co-sponsor, who is Johnson & Johnson, and who's back for us for her third year. And that is Christina Norris-Watts. Dr. Norris-Watts is head of selection and assessment and competencies at J&J. Christina will be joined by a speaker from last year. That's Doug Shagam, who's director, strategic workforce planning and organizational enablement at J&J. That was a mouthful. Okay. Anyway, Christina and Doug they were a real dynamic duo last year, and I expect they do the same this year. So the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Hal, and we will try to live up to your expectations. We're very excited to be back. Is it okay if I share my screen here to present the slides? Great.
Yes.
Great. And then here they come. So as Hal said in his gracious introduction, I'm Christina Norris-Watts. I lead our selection assessment strategy here at Johnson & Johnson, as well as our competency modeling strategy and our newly formed skills definition and measurement strategy that I'm going to talk a little bit about today. I'm an organizational psychologist by training. That's what the PhD is in. I've been at Johnson & Johnson for about 5 years in the selection assessment space and the competency modeling and skills space. I spent most of my career before that also in the selection assessment space, as well as the job analysis, competency modeling space. Started my career as a consultant, did some time in financial services for a little while in New York City before I landed here at J&J. And I have the privilege of being joined by Doug Shagam. So Doug, would love to turn it over to you for a second for you to give an introduction.
Thanks, Christina. Hi, everybody. My name is Doug Shagam. So I lead strategic workforce planning and what we call organizational enablement, which is a mouthful, Hal, I'll agree with you there, at Johnson & Johnson. What that means is my team is responsible for making sure that we have good human capital data, we have the right systems in place to enable that data, and we make sure that we help provide the right training and capabilities so that people are able to leverage that information and make better evidence-based decisions with that. I've spent almost the last 4 years of my career at J&J helping to build this set of capabilities. And over the last 20 years, I've been using data to help organizations make more informed decisions. Started my career at GE way back when, and have been fortunate to have worked with some really, really great companies. Over 10 years worked for Nielsen, where I actually helped start their people analytics function. The biggest measurement company in the world at the time didn't know how many people there were. So I am here to tell you that no matter where you are in analytics, you can get started too.
Thanks so much for that, Doug. And Doug and I get to work together quite a bit at Johnson & Johnson as I think about what makes people good on their job and how we're going to measure those things. And then he helps from a data perspective as well. All right, so I want to start with what's happening in the external environment. And you've heard actually a lot of great research today. What I'm about to show you is more what I would consider layperson's research. It's more what your leaders in your organization may be reading and maybe emailing around to each other, but I think that's important to understand, right? So starting with the Great Resignation, right? The topic of this year's conference, there have been a lot of different rebrandings and renamings of the Great Resignation. I prefer the Great Talent Swap as we see people move around. I've also seen in the industry the Great Reshuffle. And as people are trying to figure out why this is happening, what can be done about it, understand it a little bit more, there's still so much noise in the data, I would say, and the researchers you've already heard today are doing a really good job, I thought, in trying to get at some real strong signals in the data of what this really means and get behind the surface. But at the surface, there's still this idea of the Great Resignation that still exists in leaders' minds, and what are the trends that we can do in the workplace to help mitigate the Great Resignation. There's also, this one from the middle of the year last year, over 10 million new jobs are available. Making it sound like, oh my gosh, we'll never be able to fill all these new jobs. What will we do? There's some really good research that people are doing. This is from the Pew Research Center on why US workers are leaving a job. This is an interesting piece because I do feel that every different senior leader in your organization has their theories on why people are leaving. Not everyone has the right data to support their theories, but sometimes no matter what data you bring, it doesn't counteract the N of one observation that they had observed, and that's how they know why everyone in the United States is leaving. There are very many different reasons for people to leave, as you can see here. And in fact, Doug, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the reasons here?
Yeah, if I could, so I'm sure there are many people on this call who are engaged, actively working, learning more about analytics. And I like to always encourage us to go back to sort of our maybe preteen or early teen years when we first learned the scientific method. And all of us are sort of in the myth busting business, aren't we? Right? Because if you think back to the first step, right, of forming a hypothesis, we're really saying, right, there's no difference between these two things. And the alternative hypothesis, of course, is that there is. And what we found when I look at some data, when I even speak to some other colleagues in other companies, is when we look at large swaths of data, believe it or not, there really isn't necessarily a Great Resignation. Now, perhaps in some very specific industry, perhaps if I start looking at some very, very insular, focused areas within some particular parts of our business, of other businesses, we may see trends. But I think the Great Resignation, to Christina's point, may be called something else depending upon how you interpret it and how you view data. With, again, the notion that specifically that question being, are we here, we're really here to bust myths? Are we really seeing a big difference, a notable, a significant difference? It's very easy and quick to point out lots of these things, as you see mentioned in the green bars.
Yeah, thanks for that, Doug. And I think you made a really good point on that. And we're not here to say there are industries and jobs, there's volatility in the marketplace. And I'm going to show a little bit of some external research on some volatility in the marketplace. And you may be at an organization that is that is facing something that we don't have access to, I think it's really interesting to make sure we all understand exactly what we are talking about and the scope and parameters of the job or jobs we are talking about, or employees or employee segments that we are talking about as well. With that, there's some other things we're seeing in the marketplace. Open hiring is a new term. And what open hiring is getting at are these job postings. These are real job postings that I pulled off the web. Where in the title of the job, it says right there, no interview required. No interview. Even sometimes before the job title, no interview. I mean, sometimes I guess candidates hate interviews that much that's great. And sometimes employers are looking to fill jobs so quickly that they're looking for no interview. I mean, that's a fascinating thing from a selection assessment perspective, where we do know the benefits of structured interviews. We do know the downfalls of unstructured interviews, perhaps not even being that much better than random selection. If you're just going to do an unstructured interview. We do know that candidates do not always like interviews and that they can be a pretty stressful situation. And if you are going to be replacing interviews with another type of assessment that is more predictive, maybe that is a good way to go. I've been trying to pilot no interview approaches around and about at different places for many years of my career. I do think it's interesting for some of these job postings that just because it's no interview doesn't mean it's no assessment. But maybe that's still better, because maybe that's still more predictive and it's still more in line with what the candidate is looking for. If it's no interview and no assessment, then I would wonder how that is different from then random hiring, which I define as just hiring every 10th candidate who applies. And then we have incentives. So incentives have been interesting. These make the news, right? When McDonald's is doing a sign-on bonus, Panera has a sign-on bonus, all of these different things for some of these workers who are critical for a lot of our economy, but weren't necessarily willing to put their life on the line in COVID times, and the challenges that employers faced finding these essential workers were really paramount to overcome. And I think a lot of employers are still struggling with this quite a bit, of how to incentivize folks to come on board. And the pay is number one as the reason here for why people are leaving, why people are going. It's a good way to first get folks in the door. So I mentioned a little bit on that last slide about volatility. I wanted to talk about this. This comes from ISINS, clearly. This is looking at the state of the talent market in hiring from January 21 to January 22. Looking at the percentage increase in the number of job openings, the percentage increase in the number of hires, and the flatness of the number of job applications. So if your talent acquisition team is saying that they are burnt out, that they are overwhelmed, this is why their benches have gotten bigger. For every job opening, they have more job openings to fill, and they don't have more candidates to fill them with. Similarly, we have this idea of remote work has come up a couple times today in terms of what folks are looking for. And here again, well, it depends on who you ask. So some people do want to return fully to the office. Some people do want to stay home. Some people want to split the time. Some people will quit if remote work is enabled. That's all true. That can all be true at exactly the same time, because you know why? Human beings have different family obligations, and they have different commute times, and they have different risk tolerance for being in an organization with unmasked, unvaccinated coworkers. And people are different and motivated by different things. And so that's, again, to Doug's point, why it's important to dive into the data rather than painting with too broad a brush. But remote jobs definitely has become more of a hot topic, right, since the pandemic started. That I will not argue against. That seems obvious. Pandemic starts here. The number of remote jobs, global interest on Google. You can see the Google searches increasing here. And then the projections. So all of these three things that I shared have come from a company called Radiancy. And the projections here are that there will continue to be even more jobs open in 2022. And that active candidates are going to remain low. So it's just like it's a nice time to sell your house right now, but not a nice time to buy a house. It's a nice time to be a candidate. Not necessarily a nice time to be an employer filling a position.
Christina, if I could, I don't know if the audience feels differently, but it's always enjoyable to hear someone mention something about flexibility or remote work. I call it, the great better together, better apart debate, because sometimes someone can make a statement and it could be argued by the better together or the better apart, completely different ways, right? Even though it's the same statement. So it's very interesting how it can be used. And I've seen a whole bunch of analyses, and I'm looking forward to seeing, over time, how that analysis plays out, because at least from what more and more companies are coming out with, it's not truly that opposite of either you're all together all the time or you're fully remote. It seems to be some mix of hybrid. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out.
I think that's such a good point, Doug. And the hybrid models are so tricky because they require the company to be able to have flexibility for individual people while still retaining fairness and consistency that any company will need to retain. And how to walk that tightrope is really is a real challenge, right? And I think actually just tying this back a little bit to the last presenter we just heard, as Canada interest remained low, looking at this last question here, are your brand campaigns kicked into gear yet? Hal, I can confirm that J&J cares a lot about their employee value proposition, and we measure that quite a bit to ensure that we do continue to get candidates that apply for roles at J&J, and that once they come in, they are coming into an environment that we promised them in the selection process as well. All right, and then we have also global trends. Let's not forget, there's other things besides just COVID-19 that are disrupting work as well. So yep, COVID-19, huge one, disrupted how we work, this move to remote, this move to hybrid. There's also technological advances that are, this was before COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID, hopefully, to automation. AI continues to rapidly change jobs, right? Changing dynamic skill sets are needed. Still, we have demographic changes. We still do have longer lifespans and longer careers, multiple generations in the workplace. We also have social change. So greater reliance on social media, magnifying remote networks and the voice of the individual. And then there's accelerated demand for increased diversity, equity, and inclusion. And organizations are being held responsible and should be held responsible for advancing that diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. Global market volatility. Well, Elon Musk just bought Twitter. So there's stuff happening with billionaires in the United States. There is also stuff happening over in the Ukraine and over in Russia that are affecting our global markets. Supply chains have not totally caught back up from COVID-19. There's still supply chain issues. There's still new COVID waves that are affecting China right now. That will they affect then Europe next and us next is with the pattern? I don't know. So what will that volatility look like? And then resource scarcity. As climate change continues, as industries are forced to adapt, how will we ensure emphasis on environmentally sound partners and practices throughout our whole supply chain? All of these things are all happening at once, affecting organizations. Okay, so then the urgency really is for a more dynamic talent and work model right? So to make sure that HR is able to respond to this. So we need to be moving from today's organization to be future focused. And we have all learned that predicting the future is very, very hard. We need to move from generalist skills to skills of the future. What will those be? Maybe they're going to be digital skills, AI skills, automation skills, health skills, environmental impact skills, those types of things. We need to move from subjective measurement to objective data-driven decisions. Everyone's looking for objective data-driven, right? We need accurate data, and then we also need people to understand how to make decisions based on data, right? Because understanding the data and then creating insights from the data that become actual plans, those are two different skills. We need to have clarity and transparency on personalized career paths. People are very much looking for transparency more and more. We need to move from traditional top-down leadership to servant leadership, empowered by community. And instead of a traditional HR model, we're looking for an agile HR model. Folks are looking for iterative approaches to things. So how do we become more agile in HR? How do we make sure we are supporting the business in the way they need to be supported, being future focused, and not spending 2 years building something that's then out of date as soon as it launches? All right, so I want to talk a little bit about skills because, right, we're going to talk about skills today. So how do skills fit into all this, right? Why is J&J moving toward a skill-based talent management model? So this it was from LinkedIn on their Future of Skills article. And so they talked about how skills changed by 25% on average globally since 2015. And in most cases, the pace of change accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if this continues, we could see a change anywhere from 39% or 44% by 2025. So that means between 2021 and 2025, we could likely see 3 new skills in the top skills for a job. So those are brand new skills. Those are skills that may not exist today, that may be in the top skills for a job. And I want to go back to this Pew Research Center study too. The top reasons why workers left a job in 2021. The second reason there is no opportunities for advancement. They didn't understand how to advance their skills, or they felt there were no jobs that would advance their skills. Perhaps there were no jobs at the company they worked with, but I would argue that perhaps they weren't aware of the different jobs in their companies, of the skills required to be successful in their jobs, or their hiring managers for those jobs didn't understand the skills needed to be successful in their job, or didn't understand the skills of their current workforce, or didn't understand how they could provide that transparency and those career paths and those opportunities for advancements by both understanding the skills needed to succeed in the future in these jobs, as well as the skills of their current employee population. This is the third time I'm beating this drum. I'm going to continue to beat this drum. But you know what? Not all skills are changing at the same pace. So I just gave you some very high level, hey, skills are changing, everything's changing so fast. And if you read some of the articles, that's definitely the sentiment you come away with. Everything's changing so fast. I want to be clear that some things are changing faster or slower than others. So again, this comes from LinkedIn. This is the percent change in members' digital skills. So the percent change in what people on LinkedIn put on their skills on their profile. Okay, so this is about the person, not necessarily the job. But we can see there's definite higher percent change for software and hardware applied disruptive skills. Basic skills aren't quite changing at the same rate. And this is even further explained a little bit more when I dove into some of these different skills for different jobs. So you can play around with this on your own on LinkedIn's site here. But for an accountant in the United States, skills have changed an average of 10% since 2015, right? So you still need accounting if you're an accountant. Some of the software has changes, right? We see QuickBooks here, bank reconciliation is new. Some of these other things you need to do in accounting have stayed the same. Makes sense. Versus a software architect. Software architect skills have changed 43.3% since 2015. So not only are there new softwares out there since 2015, but there's new ways of working, new mindsets, new agile project management, all of these things. So you can see how many of these are new in 2021 versus what we saw for the accountant, where we had 2 new skills. So again, the job you are studying matters. The group of jobs that you are studying matters. The segment of your employee population matters when you're thinking about, okay, how do we respond to these changing skills? If you come from an accounting organization, the skills may not be changing that much, or it may just be that you just need to focus on a few new programs or a few new ways of working. Versus for software architects, these folks better be able to change very quickly, because if this pace of change continues, they will be asked to continue to change and learn new things throughout their entire career. So what skills should organizations care about? First, it is so important for organizations to understand what skills they need to succeed in the future. Okay? That is before you measure anybody on anything. You need to know, what skills does our business need to succeed? And often you need to then already be clear on, well, what's your business strategy? What is the business strategy? What are the business goals you're trying to achieve? Great, you got that? All right, then what are the skills you need to support that business strategy? Great. Then you can ask, all right, where are the skills of our people? How do we accurately measure where the skills are? How do we keep this up to date? Big challenges, right? Skills are not traits that I can measure once and then it's probably stable for about 2 to 3 years or maybe even your whole lifetime. Skills change, right? So how do I accurately measure that and measure that on a continuing basis? Then, once I get a sense of where everyone is, then we can develop our people based on skills. Different types and levels of employees may need different types of development. Right? Are we going to differentially invest in our senior leaders? Or are we going to differentially invest in our new university graduates and university hires, right? Because they're going to be the leaders of the future. Where are we going to focus those efforts? How are we going to prioritize? Because what's not super motivating is when you go out and say, hey, we're going to focus on developing these 47 skills this year. Well, that seems like a lot. What about we're going to focus on measuring these 2 skills this year? We're going to focus on really increasing our performance across this 1 skill, these 3 skills. Why did we pick this one? Because we want to achieve this business outcome. Tying that all back together is so critical for folks to understand it, and so that you have that transparency. This is why we picked this skill, because it's related to this talent strategy and this business strategy. The hardest part in picking skills to focus on and to prioritize is the fact that you are saying no to the hundreds of other skills you could pick, or the 20 other skills you could pick, depending on what industry you're looking at, right? It is very hard to say no to those other skills. Those skills are important. They might be important for getting the job done, but when you're prioritizing for development, when you're prioritizing for business growth, you have to say no consciously to those other skills if you're going to focus on 1 or 2 specific skills. So if our goal is to upskill professionals to strengthen the skills that are critical to our function, we need to really deploy this continuous learning mindset. So like I said before, you start with your business strategy to get to your talent strategy. Your talent strategy should absolutely support your business strategy. You need to define what those skills are that you care about. Then you can measure them. Then you need to provide development on those skills across multiple modalities. So I do not just mean traditional classroom learning training. I mean, how do you provide gigs that help someone actively learn those skills by doing projects outside of their day job? I mean, how do you provide mentors that help people grow those skills? How do you provide real world opportunities for someone to practice and try out those skills? Yes. How do you get them on LinkedIn Learning so they can take a course on it or read an article on that? Of course, I'm not saying that's not important, but the practice piece, the actual hands-on learning on the job is really critical. And then how do you do these learning journeys to make sure you really get this deeper knowledge in particular skill areas that, again, you have decided are important for your organization and you have decided are going to help you achieve your business strategy and talent strategy. And then for funsies, we like to gamify it, right? So all of this stuff we like to gamify because it gets real boring if you don't. And so how do you make it fun for folks, and how do you make it tangible for folks, and how do you make it so that they really honestly can see the career opportunities available for them at your organization? Because ultimately you're trying to get people to stay where they are. And so I just need to take a quick side street here to talk about intentions to stay versus intentions to leave. And you heard already earlier in the conference some really good research on this. I thought that was a really nice presentation from Accenture about, you know, intentions to stay are different than intentions to leave. So be careful what you're measuring. And I thought this example showed this really well. This was just a 2014 study looking at intentions to stay and intentions to leave, and how you ask the question matters. So they asked people about their intentions to leave and intentions to stay. They asked the same 90 people. I mean, they asked more, but at the end of the day, they had 90 that were usable data, right? The question was, I'm planning to leave my current employer in the next 12 months. And they also asked that same person, I am likely to be working in the same service in 1 year. Those two things correlated -0.6. Not 1.0, -0.6. Yes, it's a statistically significant correlation. Yes, it's a very, very high correlation, as you would expect. Not 1.0, sure isn't, -0.6. How you ask the question of your employees matters so much. The study also found that while job satisfaction was related to both intentions to stay and intentions to leave, higher job dissatisfaction was predictive of actually leaving, but higher job satisfaction did not lead to staying. That kind of makes sense when you think about it, right? If you're super, super dissatisfied and it gets worse and worse, you might just quit. You're out of there. You cannot do it. But there might kind of be a ceiling effect of how good satisfaction, the flip side of that is, right? So the more satisfied you are, the more satisfied you are, the more satisfied you are, it doesn't necessarily mean you stay. It means, hey, it's good. It seems pretty good, right? And it's not causing you out the door. But if there is another opportunity that perhaps pays more, that perhaps has better work-life balance for you, that might be a reason for you to go. So it's really important to understand what you are interested in studying. Are you interested in intentions to stay? Are you interested in intentions to leave? Did you want to measure job satisfaction? Did you want to measure job dissatisfaction? So why do people stay? I actually think you've heard some great research on this today, so I was taking notes on that. But in addition, there's Facebook had a nice HBR article in 2018 where they talked about some of the research that they did here that I thought summarized some of the other research I've seen, where those who stayed found the work more enjoyable more often, they used their strengths more often, and they expressed more confidence that they were gaining the skills and experiences they need to develop their careers, right? That goes back to that second reason in the Pew Research study, that they understood their career development opportunities. They understood how the skills they were building led to better career growth at their company. Why do people leave? There's a lot of this now, again, with COVID and with remote work. And interesting, this study is pre-COVID, so definitely pre-COVID, and it was really getting into more of the cognitive and psychological constructs besides into why people were leaving. There was a meta-analysis done, and it looked at proximal precursors like job satisfaction, organizational commitment, comparison of alternatives, withdrawal cognitions. A general decision to leave is different from a specific decision. I'm sure you've probably all worked with folks who are like, I'm out of here. I'm not staying here. I'm leaving here. And you continue to work with them for their next 2 years, right? So that's a general decision to leave rather than a specific decision and a plan and actually leaving. And then distal precursors include work environment, such as job content, stress, worker cohesion, autonomy, leadership, the lesser sense, distributed justice, promotional chances, and alternative job opportunities, like what else is out there in the market. Right now, there's a lot out there in the market. So that has very much changed since this study has done. And I wonder if that has now become a more important reason for why folks are leaving. I don't know. I need to see research there. I'd encourage any student here to do some more research on that for me, because I do wonder if that has become more important now that there are so many job opportunities out there. And then there's some demographic attributes that include the company tenure, right? How long you've been at the company does affect your decision to leave. And number of children. The more children someone has, the more likely that they are to leave an organization. My hypothesis is that perhaps may affect women in the workplace different than men. Be interesting to look at. So questions for organizations to answer to retain employees, right? So to keep the people they have, they retain. How are we creating career paths so that employees understand their opportunities for advancement? How are we communicating the future vision of the organization? And how do we encourage employees to grow the skills that we need for the future? I mean, that's a really interesting one. If you decided your business strategy is, we're going to really invest in digital robotic surgery, really robotic surgery. So we really need robotic skills, and we need to upskill our employees on these robotic skills, or we need to buy some talent that have these robotic skills. What if you have a bunch of the workforce that's like, I'm not interested in learning those robotic skills? What happens to them? Is there still a place for them in the organization? Are there other things that they could do? Is it fair enough to just be transparent? Well, this is where the organization is going and you might be left behind. How does that discussion work? How is that communicated? How is it fairly communicated? And how are all the opportunities to advance those robotic skills fairly communicated? How do we ensure employees feel valued? Right, so feeling valued and being valued may be two different things. Employees can actually be valued by the organization and not feel valued if no one tells them that they are valued. I think here of high potential programs for some folks where the potential of employee is not communicated to the employee. So they may be a high potential employee and have never been communicated that by anyone in the organization, because that's kept secret. That's just kept for HR, or that's just kept for talent management. So they are actually valued by the employer, but the employer actually never tells them, so they don't feel valued. How do we have enough opportunities, jobs or gigs to grow our people, right? Real world experiences to grow our people? How do we communicate the job opportunities and vacancies that we do have? A lot of folks don't know when new jobs are posted at their organization. How do you get them to look at the job postings for their own organization before they go out and look at jobs in other organizations? They may be able to make more money or get a job that has different work-life balance at your organization, but they're not even looking at your job postings. They're looking at another company's job postings. How do we encourage movement within the organization rather than outside of the organization? So I want to just describe for you how we answered this within J&J, and Doug, I'm hoping you'll help me out with this. So this is our JJT, stands for J&J Technology Talent Workstream, right? And this talent workstream was really focused on defining the critical capabilities, talent segments, and skills that we needed to become a future-ready organization. So this is a real slide that was presented to our JJT organization about what we were playing for. And Doug, do you want to dive into it a little bit about our capability strategy and all the cool things that we were building?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start at the basics, right? Everybody, I would think, has a business strategy. And with a business strategy, you have to have people to execute that, right? And we were very, very fortunate to have, at the time, our CIO, who was actually a boomerang, right? So he was with J&J, he had left, We were fortunate enough to have him come back and rejoin. And he was really, really focused on being able to understand, number one, everyone that was utilizing the technology organization for support, what do their business plans say that they need help, they need capability from the technology organization to help them meet their business goals? And then with that being said, where does his organization, the technology organization, stand against those different capabilities? So let's keep it sort of high level, if you will, right? So we're looking at a whole bunch of business plans. If you think we have today 3 different parts of our business. We have the consumer the consumer goods side, our medical technology or medical devices, and our pharmaceutical business, and within that, lots and lots of different franchises and platforms, lots of different business plans, and along with our different corporate functions, being able to understand people need different things. Not everybody needs crazy data science, machine learning, what we call intelligent automation or robotic process automation, right? Not everybody needs to have Hadoop, Hive databases. Some people need IoT, our supply chain organization. So all these different skills, which rise up to we call capabilities, needed to be mapped and understood from the whole entirety of the enterprise, and then assessed within the technology organization. Then we wanted to make sure that this was something that was not just good for the company, that it was good for employees. We wanted to make sure that we understood and employees understood that we listened to what they wanted. They may say they want to become deep technical experts. They want to become people leaders and be less technical day to day. Hands-on keyboard is how we sometimes refer to it. Less hands-on keyboard or more hands-on keyboard. We know that some people want to be able to explore different parts of our business. Maybe they want to try moving from supply chain in medical device to being able to see what that's like in our pharmaceutical business. And last, we wanted to make sure that we were assessing and checking and giving people opportunities to not just understand and see where their skill, how their skills were developing and where they stood on their skills based on those different strategic plans and capabilities, but also how they could potentially grow those skills, how they could learn more, how they could be able to try out different skills, go through a bit of education, go through a bit of exposure, be able to be given an experience so that they have that opportunity to grow, not just necessarily what they already know, but what can exist for their future. Christina, does that help summarize?
I think that was great, Doug. That was really great. I love that you prioritized how it fit into the business strategy and what we were trying to achieve first.
That's always what we're playing for, right?
Always what we're playing for. Always what we're playing for. Developing skills for skills' sake is not necessarily the best use of your dollars. And so what we're doing, that was just for GGT, what we're doing for across our entire organization is really trying to have this centralized global learning and development ecosystem where we're trying to help employees discover all these things we have at J&J. What are the skills that we recommend that they learn so that we can grow for the future? What are the skills that are going to be really important for J&J for the future? Let's be really clear with people now. What are the different opportunities for them to grow those skills? And that's connected directly to our learning organization of, okay, and then here's the different learnings you can find to help grow those skills. Putting that all together should also hopefully give us those analytics in the back end for Doug and I to play around with about the skills of our people. What is being most effective? What types of learning are most effective to grow the skills of our people? And are people growing the skills that we are encouraging them to grow? And then we're doing some neat things with measurement. So Doug, do you want to talk a little bit about our My Skills work?
I'd love to take this on. Thank you. So I want to take everybody back to before they became a bit of an expert in public health, epidemiology, and even perhaps immunology as well. So imagine it's 2019, and there was an interest in being able to assess skills. Now, if you're like most of us, you've been involved in assessing skills, checking skills, looking at your skills for a long time, right? You probably filled out surveys, maybe you went into your HRIS system and typed a couple letters and the skill popped up. Maybe you're on LinkedIn and you put some things in and other people have endorsed you. I always like to kid around. It is actually a true statement. My mother has endorsed me for Python. I still think she's afraid that I'm either working at J&J to build some type of anti-venom for Python bites, or I work in a zoo playing with snakes for a living. But needless to say, none of those things are true, and my mom is a wonderful, wonderful lady. But back in 2019, a question was asked by that CIO of our within our technology organization of, could we potentially leverage technology to be able to understand what skills people have and how proficient are they in those skills? And I know our colleagues from Accenture presented earlier about something called NLP, or natural language processing. So back in 2019, we tried a proof of concept. We looked at 10 skills that fell into the analytics bucket. And I call it the bucket because I say it ranges from everything as simple as using Excel, being able to do some very basic data analysis, all the way to doing statistical programming, machine learning. And we looked at two groups. One group were people who had selectively opted in to be part of our data science council, part of our data science showcase. These are people who clearly were involved in analytics. And then we took a different group, Group B, and they were randomly selected individuals within the United States of America, all sorts of different functions and roles. And we looked at those 10 skills. We defined them. And looking at different pieces of what we call our digital footprint, and I'll explain that in a minute, we were really trying to understand answers to a few very basic questions. Number one, do we have the data to be able to assess skills? Do we even have the right data to do it? Number two, if we do have the data, is this something that we want to continue to pursue in a larger set. So in other words, beyond these 10 types of skills. Number 3, is this something that can scale, right? Because this was something that we had brought in a partner to help us with. So there were a bunch of questions that we internally wanted to ask. And if I go back to what I mentioned a little bit earlier, there was a very specific part of this that got many people excited. And that was the fact that all of the NLP, the natural language processing that was done, was based on what's called the digital footprint. So every single document that was read by the algorithm was something that an employee has already seen. It was their job description. It was their application to join the company or to apply for a role. It was, for example, their annual performance review. They wrote their goals and objectives. They wrote how they met those goals and objectives. And of course, they would read what their manager had to say about their goals and objectives at the end of the year. It would be feedback that they received. Perhaps they participated in a 360, so they would read that feedback as well. So all of this type of information that employees had already seen, courses that they've taken, all this information would already exist. So you could almost think of it as passive in that sense. It would be a passive way to be able to say, here are 10 skills, they're defined. Could we assess with the data we have about our employees that they've already seen, the possession of these skills, and then a proficiency rating, anywhere from that kind of just gotten some exposure to it. I think of it as sort of like, oh yeah, I watched a TED talk on a topic, all the way to I am a thought leader. I'm the best there is. I'm almost a patent holder. I'm a regular featured speaker on the conference circuit. So that's what my skills was sort of set out to introduce to us. And later on, we realized, wow, this could have a lot more potential. And you see that around the sides of that piece in the middle. And we'll cover that in a little bit of time. On the next slide, you see that we did this in different waves, we call them, different waves, and covered a lot of different areas. So we ended up being able to look at over 4,300 people. We actually covered everyone in our technology organization worldwide. Now, I'd be lying to you if I told you we started with areas like Europe, where we know that it's a little bit harder to get some approvals in place. But we most certainly we made sure that every employee within our technology organization who did not choose to opt out participated. And in fact, very, very few people opted out. 3 people out of 4,300 plus opted out because we made it a point of highlighting and showing that it was very clear. Opting in provides far more opportunities than it does drawback. We looked across 12 different technical capability areas, which were 41 individual skills, and that broke out into 5 different levels. I mentioned that entry level, which is that TED Talk thing, all the way to that level 5 or thought leader. We also had an opportunity to look at what we call leadership skills, and my good friend Christina probably will not like me saying this, but some people have referred to them in the past as soft skills. I've heard them referred to as foundational skills. We call them leadership skills at J&J. 40 plus individual ones they ended up sort of being bucketed into 10 capability overall areas. And we also looked at those across the whole technology organization. And we did so in a way that made sure that there was really clear transparency. I made it a point of telling everybody earlier that all of the information that we base, or this algorithm bases in the data off of, is already seen by our employees. But I'll go a step further and share with you on the next slide how every employee has an opportunity and is highly encouraged to go in and see what the algorithm has rated them, if you will. And the employee, has an opportunity to say, no. I think that's wrong. I disagree. Choose their own truth, and actually can provide details of why they believe there's a difference. We've actually now gone a step even further and provide an audit trail so that people can see why the algorithm inferred that 1 or that 3 level. And then on the following slide, you see at a very high level, we call our executive dashboard, opportunity areas. And I say that because when we think about workforce strategy, workforce planning, we think about different ways of how we're going to attract, retain, develop employees. We may want to understand, you know what, this is a capability area that we are not superb at. Do we need it to be superb at? And if not, what other opportunities are there for us? Do we want to think about potentially using what we call a borrow strategy, right? Where we just outsource or move to contingent labor, or can it be automated? Or is it a capability that we have strength in, we want to only get stronger? And then on the next slide, we put it all together. We know that this helps our employees because it gives them opportunities to curate customized learning journeys. It helps our leaders figure out our different strategies for building and curating and customizing our workforce at build, buy, bind, borrow, bot. And we know we've completed a lot. We've looked at over 4,000 people, 95% adoption overall. Agreement, so what the algorithm says versus what the employee says, is over 70%. I think everybody on this webinar knows that's pretty darn good in human behavior. We've even seen between wave 1 and wave 2 in our technology organization, people who showed no evidence of a skill detected in wave 1, more than 20% went from that no evidence of a skill to either a level 1 or a level 2. So people are choosing to go learn about these skills on their own. They're not being forced. Nobody's telling them they must. They're choosing to do so on their own. And over this year, we plan to add more cohorts, scale this to 15,000 people. And as I mentioned earlier, we've already incorporated that audit trail to make sure that we really adhere to our ethical AI standards, and we're part of the Data Trust Alliance.
I think that ding might have indicated we're at time, Doug.
Yeah, so on the next slide, you're able to see a little bit of what we've learned. Christina.
So just in 30 seconds, I think we've said it multiple times, be really clear on what you want to achieve. Be really clear on the goals you're trying to achieve. what questions you are asking, what you're trying to measure, who you're trying to measure it on, and why. And there's still a lot of noise in the system. Doug, you want to talk about the noise in the system for a second?
I'm just going to say, I think everybody's familiar with the concept of signal versus noise, right? There is a remarkable amount of activity going on, and most of it is noise. Be really clear on what you're focused in on. Make sure that you're able to understand what's truly a signal so that you focus in on that and not be distracted by all of the other activity that's taking place around it. And then I know Christina will agree and even further add to this, right? The only way to continuously make sure you're getting better is to test, to learn, and to repeat.
And with that, we just wanted to say thank you so much, Hal, for having us here. We really appreciate it.
Now we can go to our next panelist, which is New York University.
So we're the New York University team, and we're here to talk about some research we're doing. And it's great to be able to be here at this very interesting, valuable Human Capital Analytics Conference. And we'd like to talk about the research we're doing in the Human Capital Analytics Lab. The team you see listed at the bottom are part of a Human Capital Analytics Lab that's comprised of students and faculty at NYU in both the Tandon School of Engineering and the Department of Industrial Psychology in the graduate school. We come together to do work in where we're taking very large data sets, human capital data sets, and applying AI methods to them to see that we can predict and model important human capital trends, such as growth in job ads, changes in resignation, and other things very important to leaders. The research we plan to share with you today is about, as you can see, resignations, and it's one of the exciting projects we have going on in the Human Capital Analytics Lab, where Eli and Frank are going to talk about all the deep dive in the analysis that they did and some summaries of that. Catalina will start off to give us some background on the research, and I'll bring up the rear with some conclusions at the end. So, Catalina, you want to take it away?
Sure. Thank you, Paul.
When?
Okay.
When?
Here. Okay. So we decided to go with this project because we understood that HR is facing like a lot of circumstances that are increasing the level of uncertainty. We see elements like COVID, like the Ukraine situation. Ukraine plays a really interesting role regarding technical skills in the global market. Also, we see expectations of employees are changing. For instance, Generation Z, which are people who were born in the late 1990s until early 2010s. They like around 12% of that employee group quit their jobs during the Great Resignation, compared with barely below 5% for millennials, and even lower figures for other age groups. So we see that today there is like a skills sellers market, and this is something that Christina mentioned a little bit earlier. It's compared with the real estate market, where the employees or the candidates are like in a higher power position. And we understand that organizations need still to ensure the capabilities they need to execute their strategy. So we need to better understand what is happening in the labor market. We need to have better tools to predict, to see what is coming, and be prepared for that. traditionally, like a huge source of data for analyzing and understanding the labor market has been JOLTS. JOLTS is a job opening and openings and labor turnover survey that is prepared by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and provides like data regarding employment, job openings, hires, quits, layoff and discharges, other kind of separations. But it has some restrictions. So we wanted to go beyond this and find new tools to be able to better forecast the labor market. Before we go to see our results, I wanted to share some definitions that are really important and we will be using during the presentation. We will talk about time series. Time series are just a fancy name for any data that is indexed in a timeline. So any variable that is changing through a timeline, and the timeline could be like very different. We could have like days or minutes or hours or months or years, but any variable that you measure through time is considered a time series. And the forecast is just the prediction that is of what is going to happen in the future, like the behavior of a variable in the future based on the past and or the present data. And that forecast can be built using different sources of data. Could be the variable itself, how the variable has performed in the past, like the history, or other variables that are external but somehow affect the behavior of the variable of interest. We cover a few different forecast methodologies in our research for today's presentation. We used Holtz and Winter. This is a time series forecast methodology that uses the three key elements in the data. It identifies the average, the trend, so the slope, if the yield of the data is positive, neutral, or negative, and additionally like cycles that the data has to be able to predict like the new elements in the future. Prophet is a Bayesian-based curve fitting. Was developed by Facebook a couple of years ago, now Meta, and is a really interesting source for prediction. We also use SARIMA, which is a seasonal autoregressive integrated moving average. It's a fancy name for a tool that is kind of complicated to understand, but easy to implement thanks to the technology that is available now, and that uses the average as an input feature to predict the forecast. And we also used Silverkite, which is a model developed by LinkedIn and uses conditional mean for the timeline, and also like some error or volatility that it identifies in the data. The data sets that we use are two sources. The first one comes from Candogram. Candogram is a company, they process around 2 million daily job ads. And this is downloaded from a, excuse me, from corporate websites. They gather data from around 10,000 US different employees, and this download is conducted by a public and private partnership. And what they do is they analyze this data to identify certain patterns and build a structured database that includes skills, job family, employers, a lot of different data points for each job ad that is available in the set. They are focused on technical jobs and skills. Additionally to that, we use the JOLTS dataset that I previously mentioned. This is an independent source. It's developed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's based on survey and is focused on macroeconomics elements, but it's a lagging data. Given that it uses surveys to gather information, it takes some time to reflect what is happening in the environment. Here is like a sample of the data that we use. On the left, we can see like the job count for the job ads publication between May 2019 and May 2022. And on the right side, we have information about quits. JOLTS, as we saw before, it has like a lot of different elements. They have employment, unemployment figures, but we focus on the quits, and it's the input that we use in our analysis. Additionally to that, we split our employees, our job ads in two different kind of employees. One is for knowledge workers that includes information technology, professional and technical services, finance, insurance markets, and in general market management, And on the other side, we gather information for service workers, including healthcare and social assistance, accommodation and food services, and educational service. Now, Eli and Frank are going to be sharing with you the results of our research.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Catalina. So yeah, as Catalina mentioned, Frank and I will walk through the results we found so far. And Frank, feel free to jump in if I miss anything here. But we want to start by quickly summarizing the steps that we took to determine the models. We looked at the Candigram and the JOLTS data for each of the techniques that Catalina described, and we modeled them on training and test sets within the data. And we also looked at them within various time splits to get a sense for which models perform best when forecasting. So from there, we took the two top performing models and applied them to the whole time series. So the Candigram and the BLS data from March of 2019 up and through March of 2022. So a quick note, which Catalina referenced as well for terminology. When we look at time series data, there is sometimes we look at what's happened in previous months to get a sense for what's happening currently, and this is called lagging. So when you see on the graphs, BLS lag 6 or lag 3, that really refers to looking at the quit rates from 6 months prior or 3 months prior to get a sense of what's happening at our current estimate. So we took as I mentioned, we took two of the models to compare with the entire data set, those models being Prophet and Silverkite. And then we looked as well at the models individually, as well as when we incorporated the quits data. As you can see, the models that incorporated quits data helped reduce the error from above and beyond just what the models on their own using the Candigram data were able to forecast. So we can also view the models by looking at the actual data compared to our predicted values in order to get more insight into what's going on. So Catalina, could you move to the next slide, please? So here we can see the actual data in black versus what our models predicted. The closer the lines are to the actual data, the better the model. So for the knowledge workers, we see that job demand is increasing overall, as we've been hearing throughout the afternoon. Like we saw in the previous slide, the Prophet model, the yellow line here, tended to perform better than Silverkite. But we can also see here that the models with quits data incorporated improved upon the models without it incorporated. In this case, knowledge workers, or for the knowledge worker group, quit rates 6 months prior gave us the best indication of where job advertisements would go currently. And keep that number 6 in mind as we look at the same plot for the service workers group coming up. So Catalina, if you can move to the next slide, perfect. So we see the same trend here in the service worker grouping. There has been a general increase in job advertisements. For this grouping, the model lines tend to cluster a little bit better around the true line, which tells us that the models are better able to capture the underlying dynamics in the service worker industry grouping compared to that in the knowledge workers. But generally the same trend that we see overall. Interestingly, it's really one of the key things that we found is that the difference in the lag that we looked at was important here. So for service workers, quit rate from a more recent time period, 3 months ago, as opposed to 6, was actually more helpful in determining where the job advertisements would go, the job counts would go currently. So this suggests that there's a difference in how these two industries, in how these two industry groupings respond to resignations, right? And we can start to theorize about why that may be the case. You know, what about service workers or these industries make it more resilient to employees quitting? Or if there's another major event that disrupts job market dynamics, perhaps companies in the knowledge worker industries may want to take more aggressive action to retain their current employees so that they see fewer operational interruptions. Now, some of you may be thinking that, you know, congratulations, you've done a lot of complicated steps to make some lines look more like others, but so what? So, you know, the so what is that once we found a good model, we can begin to forecast where things will go. If you're a business leader or in charge of your company's hiring plan, it would be useful to have an idea of how the market will go or what might change in the next 3 or 6 months to help with your planning. So we can zoom in on the forecast here to get a sense for what might happen next. Catalina, if you would jump to the next, perfect. So these lines are the same as previously. The black line is the actual data. The yellow line is the best model that we were able to tune, which is the profit model with quit rate information from 6 months prior. In this case, you know, the lines won't exactly match up, which is which is expected, but we're looking at the direction and the magnitude of the forecasted values compared to the historical demand. So we see that for knowledge workers, job advertisements are increasing, and the model suggests we can expect it to continue to do so for the next 3 months. So as a recruiting manager, maybe we add an extra month or 2 into our estimated timelines. And then Catalina, if you jump to the next slide, you'll see how the service worker grouping did. So here the model suggests as well that job ads may continue to increase, but it doesn't appear to be as large an increase as for the knowledge worker grouping. So perhaps the job market for workers in these industries will start to cool soon. So using these methods, we can start to get some interesting insights into the relationship between resignations and job ads across industries. Right now, we are seeing a continuation of the trends that we've been hearing about all day, but those might start to change soon. And by keeping a watchful eye on the quit rates, we may be able to see it coming. Now, we also wanted to look at the demand for skills within these industry groupings. So next, Frank will tell us a bit more about how we did that.
Okay, thank you, Eli. Okay, the John & Johnson, my skill is so impressive. So I want to share some of our study on the skill sets also with the Canogram data set. The Canogram has the job count data set for several skill sets. We try to extract 6 of them. That is the database, backend framework, ERP system, front-end framework, operating system, and programming language that was shown in different label in different colors. The Canogram summarize these data sets along with different industry. So we try to put those different industry with the 6 skill sets together and make 2 graphs. The one on the screen now is the first group, that is the knowledge worker with the timeline. But the skill set is a new category in Canogram, so we can only use the data from March 2021 to April 2022. Since the time is limited, I will just give you some brief introduction of the data shows. We can see that overall, the for the group 1 knowledge worker is increasing, and there is a sudden burst at the end of the timeline. And interesting is the 6 of the skills, they are all kind of like identical. They have identical direction, change flow, and peak. It shows that they have somehow correlated, though correlation cannot tell us the causation, but it can tell us some insight of employee structure of the industry. Okay, Catalina, next, please. The second group is the service worker. The overall skill set is growing in as the technical skill, but more stable. The database skill is still leading the trend, and the other skill is growing slowly or staying almost the same. But interesting is that the trend in this group 2 is not identical to anymore, though near the November, they have some same bursts of increase. So they are not that correlated in group 2, according to our data. So the 2 industry grouping have its unique job needs, I think. So we try to put our data into the model we use to forecast. So let's see what's going to happen in the future. Next slide, please, Catalina. Okay, this time we're not using the 2 classic time series model, the Surima and Holt-Winters model. We are more focusing on the 2 latest model, that is the Prophet and the Silvertide. Since they are more advanced and they allow us to put more regressor in our future study. So again, it's an ongoing study. So the model right now, it's not mature and it's kind of a little bit naive. So I can just show you something we can get right now. This is the group 1 model we have for the knowledge worker. We can show that the trend, the 6 skill have the same growth in the future, but the database will still growing faster among all the 6. But the model is not smart enough to explain the sudden burst in the extra timeline in a previous slide. But it did reflect the trend that the growth speed will increase in the future. Kalina, next, please. So on the group 2 graph, we can see the prediction of group 2 is more interesting. The database has the same trend as group 1, but slower growth. According to the forecast, some needs for skill are decreasing in group 2. For example, the back-end FlamWorks operating system, programming languages. We can see that the back-end FlamWorks outgo the front-end FlamWorks. Well, we guess that it might have some relationship with the outsourcing of the technology shop in the service industry. But however, the errors still exist. For example, we cannot have a solid conclusion of the future if the back-end FlamWorks really outgo the front-end FlamWorks. But we still see a slight little bit of the future. We do not have any regression right now, regressor right now. We are going to put more regressor in the future and try to tune the model smarter. Hopefully it was not smart enough to tell us, for example, the Elon Musk will buy Twitter today, something like that. But it will probably help the industry to make decision during the hiring season. And we are confident that the further and the mature model will come up with a more interesting result. Okay, I will hand over to Dr. Squire next for the conclusion.
Thanks, Frank. So let me describe kind of a summary of what I think you just heard, is that our goal is to come up with better models to be able to predict more important job changes and skill demand changes in the labor market. The job ads are labor market demand. And so our goal is to do our best job and figure out what combinations of data and what features and variables would do the best job. So we've gotten a start that we've shown you. We've been able to identify that if you add quits to job ad growth data, you get a better prediction. We're able to see that the knowledge worker and service worker models are a bit different. In particular, that the best prediction is with different time lags for when the quit occurred, 6 months for the knowledge worker versus 3 months. And Eli was speculating just maybe why that might be. We also found that by combining the JOLTS and Candigram data, we actually could build a better model. And there's lots of big data out there. And so in our human capital analytics lab, we want to get lots of interesting big data and combine it in interesting ways to build models. Not surprisingly, the more powerful AI models did the best prediction. And then finally, Frank was just showing us about the specific technical skills that the trends are growth, but change is probably coming soon to the service industry. Go to the next slide, please. So this is just an example of the kinds of things we're trying to do, or trying to accomplish with model building, as I said before, is that there's lots of rich data in JOLTS and in Candigram, and we have many other combinations of variables and features that we might combine. And as Frank was saying, as we get more data, as it grows, we can fine tune these models. And very importantly, we seek in our work to add this specificity of skill prediction, because if you can not only predict job ad changes, but more specifically skill demand changes, that we think would be very interesting and very valuable. So that's an important part of what our plans are and we'll be doing in the future. And so we showed you models for the knowledge and service work industries. There are many others, of course, and we want to explore those as well. And there are different job family groupings and other variables where the models might be different. And lastly, we think the implications for this for organizations are at least two. So if you're an HR leader, if you have a tool, a mechanism to do a better job of predicting both your internal and the external labor markets, you can better understand how to act preemptively, to make talent management decisions that have many benefits, including potentially reducing resignations. And I think you just heard Johnson & Johnson talking about that in a very compelling way. The other stakeholders in this are employees. And if they can have information, if they can be informed about the same sort of trends in the markets, down to in particular skill needs, what skills are in greater demand, what are in lesser demand, certainly they can make better career plan decisions. And if the organization is supporting those trends and skill demands, then perhaps the employees working in organizations who recognizes the change in skill demands can offer employees opportunities to develop their careers in directions that they would like. So we think it can be a win-win overall. So that's what we're doing. Thank you. And I think we're at a point at where we're supposed to be. It's 5 o'clock and we can get on to the next stage. Thanks for your time. Thanks research team for all your hard work.
Okay, perfect timing. I must apologize. My computer was having problems and I could not get into the program after Johnson & Johnson, but I got back into here, the group, the NYU team, and I'm so happy to hear what you guys are doing, because I should mention that the members of the Human Capital Analytics research team from NYU have been presenting at this conference for the last 6 years. And so this interdisciplinary research team this year includes students participating in the project in the Human Capital Analytics Lab at NYU Tandon. And so we're trying to expand the use of the participation of students in the program. And this is our major advance. Catalina has been presenting for some years now, and she had been involved with my own research, and I'm so happy to hear that you're making this progress and be able to predict skills in a different way than we were looking at it in the past. And And I understand that the conference board, from Robin's comment, that the conference board is also progressing in this direction. So there might be a way for you guys to interface to see what you're doing in common and learn from each other. So again, I want to thank Paul and Catalina and Eli and Frank for a wonderful presentation. I had no idea you guys were so advanced in what you were doing, but you had some fantastic results. And so we're going to continue looking forward to future results from the Human Capital Analytics Lab, and with you, Paul and Catalina, taking the lead there. And before we go to the final segment of today's conference, I would like to recognize the conference team members who are executive board members of the TechStream student chapter at NYU Tandon. Okay, and this includes the president, Samsatak, the vice president, Cindy, and the VP for tech support, Dalian, who was really the force behind this whole project. He was really giving tech support to everybody, and kept the thing going, and till we got to this point. And we have the VP for programming, Kushik, and the VP for marketing, Dali, and who did their contributions in their respective areas. And without their ongoing support, particularly technical support, and their dedication, their critical contributions, this conference could not have taken place. So I would like to give them all a virtual applause. Well, you don't hear me, or maybe you can't hear me, okay? Because for a job well done, and another year accomplished, okay? And also the executive board of this award-winning TechStream chapter at NYU Tandon helped organize many valuable professional and career-related activities. And these events were for students, including very successful people analytics related activities, as well as networking and mentoring events. Last year's president created a 1-minute video that promoted TechStream and people analytics, which I wanted to share with you. If we can get to play that, it's only 1 minute, but it shows you the creativity that our leadership has. Can we get that video playing? Is that possible? There we go.
Hi, we are TechStream, an innovative and award-winning chapter of the Society of Human Resource Management, aiming to provide resources for professional development for students. We focus on cutting-edge research in the field of people analytics. This year, we won the Outstanding Student Chapter Award, the highest recognition a student chapter could earn nationally. So what is people analytics? We all know that today, with the revolution of the quantified cell, we are able to track anything and everything. We are seeing an influx of data and devices inside our organizations and an emergence of a new field now known as people analytics. This is a fascinating area for organizations around the world because a lot of the decisions of the past were made around human-centric functions and based on intuition. Today, with the help of data, organizations are able to tap into understanding things such as what do successful leaders in an organization do? What are the key qualities that make up an amazing team? If you want to learn more and unleash the power of data, come join us at TechStream.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that wonderful video, and that's the way we promote ourselves and get more students involved. And now on to the finale of our conference, which is our most exciting segment, in my opinion, and other people's opinion as well. The panel discussion plus the Q&A with all presenters. And first, we'll start with 2 discussants, and someone who's been with us actually from the very beginning of this of these conferences. Before they ever started, and that's Dr. Vincent Conti. Vince is a managing partner of WorkLife LLC. He's also an adjunct professor in the Department of Technology Management and Innovation, teaching in NYU Tandon, teaching some of our courses related to people analytics. And following Vince, we'll have Professor Tom Davenport, distinguished professor at Babson College. And we're really We're so happy to have Tom with us today. We're very pleased that he was able to make it. And he is a fellow at the MIT Initiative on Digital Economy and a senior advisor at Deloitte's Analytics and AI and other titles which which I have. But the bottom line is he's a guru in the people analytics field, and we're so happy to have him with us today. So first, we're going to hear from Vince, who's going to give us his takeaways, which are always very helpful, and then he will be followed by Professor Davenport.
Well, first of all, thanks, Hal. I just wanted to congratulate everybody who presented today. And it's amazing to me looking across, a decade's worth of presentations that we see so much progress in terms of how we can use these data analytic tools, what we're applying them to, and what potential they have for improving organizations. I was furiously trying to track all the different themes that came up, and I don't think there was a word in human resources, human capital management, or IT that wasn't used in the last 5 hours. So let me just try to synthesize a little bit and hope that I don't overlook some really key points. First of all, we've gone through so much, as has been mentioned many times over the last couple of years. It's hard to tease out what has changed in the workforce because of COVID and what has just changed because of the nature of work and the way people are. So there's a lot of intertwining there, and teasing that out is a difficult job. In answer to the question, are we experiencing a great change in the way people perceive work? And is it the great resignation? And I would say it's not the great resignation based on what everybody's telling us, but maybe it should be the great resignation. I think a lot of the presentation material has told us how people have been resilient in the face of amazing changes in technology, in socio-political events, in economic conditions, etc. So people are the heroes in this story because we've gone through so much in spite of a lack of sophisticated systems to really track what's going on, in spite of questionable medical advice and government policies, in spite of all sorts of things, the workers carry on. And that's amazing. And part of that is due to the new ways that we're looking at becoming agile and trying to make organizations keeping up with what's going on in the world. Technology has been amazing. The fact that we're even able to function in COVID, a lot of that has been due to computer technology, but that raises some of the questions that have been coming up in different venues throughout the last few years. And one of them is the technological divide. Are peoples from different subgroups in our economy, different age groups, different socioeconomic groups, different racial groups, are they getting the same access to job preparation, job skills, and technology to keep them connected to the workforce as the workforce increasingly gets more progressively technology embedded? And I think that's something we have to look carefully at. If we say that we have so many jobs that are looking for people to fill them, yet the pool of qualified people who can fill them is in some way diminishing, that means that we have a massive effort ahead of us to prepare people within our economy, within our borders. Another issue I think that hasn't been talked about really directly, but is hinted at, is that health and wellness have been greatly affected over the last couple of years in terms of the stress levels, in terms of the negative impacts of COVID on mental health. and in terms of the stress in the workplace. Yet it doesn't seem like we really want to deal with that or track that. We mention it, we're aware of it, but organizations may or may not be willing to take responsibility for doing anything about it. And so as we're looking at the human capital asset, how are we filtering in issues related to health and wellness? So I'm going to cut, my reaction short. There are so many different issues that we could get into in terms of, do we really have workers without borders? Since everybody can plug in for their internet connections, do we really need borders? Can we be hiring outside of our location? Where is Wall Street? Is there such a thing as Wall Street anymore as a geographic entity? Well, probably it's not. But we do have this concept of industries and clusters and places where certain activities and skills are developed. And finally, I think that a lot of our past experience with development of workers has shown the importance of tacit knowledge versus explicit knowledge. There's a lot that we used to get just from walking around with people, talking to people, watching our peers operate, watching our bosses in action. These things that came to us without formal training, without any kind of explicit program, yet we soaked it in because we were physically there. We were physically in an environment and around people doing things. And that whole thing has changed. And we have to take a look at, as we move from platforms which take us away from human experience and seeing people in action, how we're going to supplement that and how we're going to make sure that we don't waste that, because there's so much more to people than just the algorithms and the technical knowledge that we pass from one person to another. So that's my 2 cents worth. And I think, I guess it would be appropriate now to pass the baton to our distinguished panelist, Tom Davenport, ask for his reactions, and then move to the Q&A after he's had a chance to give us his understandings.
Thanks, Vince. Very happy to be with you this afternoon. I'm coming from Santa Fe at the moment. That's my background is the Oxford Library. I'm supposedly a visiting professor at Oxford, although it turns out I was there last spring and most of the teaching they had me do was to Abu Dhabi. So I think the concept of a visiting professor is not quite what it used to be. But anyway, Hal gave me a nice introduction that I do a lot of work in people analytics, and I think that's not really justified. I think of myself as a dabbler in it. I've done a lot of work in analytics and AI overall, but every once in a while I sort of stick my thumb into people analytics and write a bit here and there. But I have to say, I mean, what I've observed today and looking at your presentations and bios and so on, it makes me think what an incredibly exciting time it is to be in this field. Because as Vince was saying, kind of everything's up in the air. You know, what does it mean to work in an organization, and do you have to actually be there at all? And if so, how much do you have to be there? I was thinking about this recently. I wrote a little piece for MIT Sloan Management Review on people analytics during the pandemic and what a powerful force it can be to help organizations establish these new rules. And I realized that I'd been relying a little overly heavily on the some of the work of Tom Allen. I'm not even sure if he's still around, but well-known MIT professor who created this idea of the Allen curve, suggesting that, you know, the further you are, some people call it the 25-meter rule. If one person's desk is more than 25 meters from another employee's desk, your likelihood of having any interaction with them drops to zero. But this was all done, decades ago when we didn't have all these technologies. As Vince suggested, we think that tacit knowledge exchange is the way that you create innovation, but we just don't really know. And I think it's challenging to open up our minds and think about all the possibilities for how we effectively organize and structure work without relying on those old maxims that we thought we knew so well. And even I think the title of this session is indicative of it. It's been suggested, much of the data suggests we're not really in the Great Resignation. This is just a continuation of previously existing trends. One of the things that people in marketing analytics are always having to do is to try to identify accurate attribution. Why did this person buy the product? Was it the billboard that they saw, or the website that they clicked through, or the visit to a retailer who handled this item? It's really difficult problem. And in a way, I think we're looking at attribution style issues for employees now as well. In a way, this is a continuation of what when I started researching talent analytics, I don't know, 2008, 2009, the first great example I heard of was one that was derived from marketing. And it was a guy who worked at Sprint in HR, and he said, I thought maybe we could apply some of the ideas in that we're using in churn or customer attrition to employee attrition, and see if we could develop a predictive model for who's likely to leave the company. And I think there are many other examples of applying marketing-oriented thinking that people analytics could address. Another one is probably this issue of personalization. And as I looked at all of the great data that many of you supplied about what people want in jobs now and so on, despite the fact that there's some general trends, people clearly want more flexibility in terms of the time and place of work. There's still a fair number of people who want to go into the office. Some people want more compensation. Some people want more freedom. Some people want to, work in the nonprofit philanthropic subsidiary of our company so that they can get more meaning out of their work. So I remember, people in marketing have been talking about the one-to-one marketing approach for quite a while. We're not really there yet. We're making some progress. AI is helping. I remember when I was working for Accenture, running a research center for them, and one of the people I hired, she was actually a former student of mine at Boston University, Sue Cantrell, wrote a book with another Accenture person called The Workforce of One, this idea that we would personalize our approaches to benefits and compensation and work hours and so on and so forth. I think we still haven't really gotten there in the talent management, HR, human capital space. Some of the work that the J&J people were talking about, I think, starts to get there in terms of skills assessment and development. But of course, an employee's entire relationship with the company is much broader than that. So, I think we'll see continued movement in that direction. In the whole customer personalization area, people are starting to call what you can do with AI hyper-personalization, which is kind of really a new name for something we never really achieved and now have another chance at getting to. And I believe that we'll see, some hyper personalization of employer-employee relationships in the future, where everybody will get what they want, and perhaps that will be much more satisfying and much more likely to keep people from leaving. We certainly don't have that now, even though we're taking baby steps toward it. So in general, I'll just conclude by saying it's a fantastic time to be in the people analytics space. You have the opportunity, I think, to really redefine what work is all about. There are still a lot of old fogies who insist that people need to come into the office 5 days a week, and innovation can only happen through chance meetings in the office. But my own feeling is that none of those things are true, and we have the opportunity to reinvent how work is done now. And it's just a really exciting time to be in this field.
Thank you
So
very
why
much.
don't we, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank Tom very much for those insightful remarks, and mentioning Tom Allen, an old buddy of mine. We used to present together at conferences, and I know his book very well. In fact, I got a pre-publication copy of it because it was very relevant to work I was doing. And the issue of propinquity, the importance of propinquity. Remember? And,
yeah. You think that the 25-meter rule still applies, Hal?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a question that remains to be answered. Okay, I think research. That's good research topic for some graduate students.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, now we open up the whole forum to everybody for questions and answers and discussion among the panelists themselves. So, Vince, would you be able to handle the Q&A that's come in and maybe present it to some of the panelists?
Well, we've had a few questions that are somewhat specific. One is related to the LXP, the learning platforms. To what extent does the use of an LXP or the application of LXP impact any of your work? Is that on your horizon? Is that something you care about?
I can answer that one, Vince. This is Christina from J&J.
Go for it.
We are launching a new LXP tomorrow at Johnson & Johnson. So great timing.
What are you doing talking to us, Christina? You don't have time to talk to us.
Luckily, I'm the one in charge of skills and skills measurement, and there's someone else in charge of launching our new LXP. So our learning experience platform will sit on top of our LMS. I am not here to promote or not promote any particular vendor, but J&J decided to go with EdCast as our LXP vendor. We are doing that because they integrate pretty well with Fuel 50, which is our skills platform that we're using. So we are trying to launch one holistic system for all of J&J that we're branding J&J Learn. And that will include Cornerstone, our LMS, EdCast, our LXP, and Fuel 50, our skills platform. So we're going to have a discover element where you discover your path, you do some assessments, and then we'll have the Learn platform, which will be our LXP.
Cool. Anybody else?
I would think, Christina, that kind of the direction that you were describing, you'd almost have to move in that direction, because you're starting to get very customized very personalized about what skills people have and what they need. And so then you have to get very personalized in terms of what the educational and training sort of offers are for those individuals. And it all has to become very technological very, very quickly.
100%, Tom. That was really, really well said. Our technology partners have been with us from the beginning. on this. So meaning I have to work hand in hand with them at every step. So I know the criteria that I need for skills measurement from an org psych perspective and all these things from a research perspective that I want to make sure we have. But you're exactly right. We're trying to get personalized learning for all of our 130,000 employees. So the technology needs to be there to feed that all together. And this needs to feed from system to system to system. Also, we want it to look like one integrated system. So we also have our branding folks integrating it all together to make sure it looks and feels J&J like, whether that's colors or branding. So they don't necessarily know they're going from this platform to this platform as well.
Great. We have a question about happiness studies. And obviously there was some mention of data related to employee happiness. And the question was, are these studies done in companies and universities too? Which I'm wondering if the underlying question is, do universities care if their employees are happy or not? I'm not sure if that's the underlying question. But let's take a look at this whole happiness issue. How important is the concept of happiness to the research that you folks are doing? We talked about engagement, we talk about satisfaction, but really happiness. And as Tom talked about, you know, the employment of one, if we could have a one-to-one bargain with people and give them what they want, is human happiness possible? And if we deliver happiness, to our employees, will they really stay with us and be loyal to us and give us what we want out of them?
Can we get somebody from the NYU philosophy department to help us out with that question?
So just to break it down, to what extent is happiness an issue in your current research? And how is that linked to performance, if at all? Nobody wants to jump at that?
I'm not researching happiness, but the way you ask the question, it's really made me think of Tim Judge's studies on job satisfaction in the workplace. I'm looking at my fellow IO psychologist, Dr. Squires here. And one of the things when he was looking at job satisfaction, he found that one of the biggest predictors of job satisfaction was your genetic parents' level of job satisfaction, because job satisfaction was actually really very much correlated with your positive affectivity, which is genetic. And he did a really interesting twin study on the genetic component of how happy you are. So I have very interesting discussions with our behavioral psychologists here at J&J as to how much we can change someone's happiness versus how much of it is innate and how much of it is genetic. To your question of like, can we find happiness in the workplace? I think so. I've scored pretty high on positive affectivity, and I scored pretty high on optimism. I don't know if my more pessimistic husband would say the same thing. So I would just want to be clear on why we're studying it, and are we really studying a construct that we can change in the workplace?
Just want to add two additional aspects on that one. So on the Accenture side of it, and that we have done, you know, like over thousands of, let's say, focusing on transformation effort, focusing on enterprise transformations, focusing on the platform transformation, focusing on the interactions between technology and humans. And what is the interesting findings from the, you know, those database over Southern transformation, the strongest predictor of the success of transformation is the specific components and associated with the individual emotion, and positively and negatively. The positive side of that is not named or focusing on happiness, but is more named and focusing on passion and drive. Means I'm committed and I'm passionate about what I'm doing. And the negative side is interesting, is more focusing on the fear and frustration. Those two individual emotion drivers were the strongest predictor of the success of, over 1,000 large transformation, you're always wondering, but how about communication? How about learning? How about training? How about leadership? None of them actually as stronger as those individual emotion as a predictor. Another interesting part is oftentimes our clients were afraid that negative emotion would be, crash this, the systems would, being a big stoppers of the success of the transformation. But what we have found out, the negative emotion only being the strongest predictors when things were not going well. Which means that you're just getting started. You're just figuring out things up. When things start to sort through with the process, the positive emotion is a much more stronger predictors of the success than the negative. So just want to share those a few data points is I think happiness in a general, it's abstract towards how important individual as a human with emotions that contribute to the business, contribute to the performance, contribute to the success of technology in a way. On the other hand, I would strongly agree with Christina's towards, let's also, from a business point of view, let's also focusing on what we can change, what we can help people enhance and improve. And, partial out of the things that, we recognize the individual differences and we recognize the uniqueness that each individual bring to the table. However, in, the things that we can as organizations to create an environment and help our leaders and managers to encourage a positive emotions and positive sentiment in the working context.
Thank you. So now we have another question. I'll paraphrase it here. Okay, in a situation where people have to come back to the office after working for a long time remotely, okay, is there any advice you could give to a management team how to smooth that transition from working out on your own, working from home, and coming back to the office?
I'd love to jump in here if that's all right. I think that organizations need to consider reboarding their employees. So onboarding is when employees join an organization. I think if we're asking employees to come back after a long period of time, I think it's important to reboard them, to let them know what's changed around the office in terms of safety protocols, if there are still there, and to just basically let them know if there's new technologies. There's a lot of technologies that are new that organizations are implementing so that they can do hybrid, which is a meeting that has people in an office at the same time as they have people who are remote, and so to try to make that seamless. So I would think about reboarding and try to think about it using design thinking, thinking about it from the employee's perspective in terms of what needs to happen.
I would encourage two things. One, we've seen probably time and time again where CEOs have issued sort of ultimatums and then months later have sort of walked back their prior, you must come into the office or we will be all remote. So there has to be a bit of flexibility rather than these ultimatums that are issued. The second one is let data help make some of the decisioning, right? Make sure it's continuous, that feedback is frequently offered and given and explained transparently, so that helps to guide the decisioning. All too often, we hear and see some decisions that are made that aren't necessarily data based. So being able to use some of the tools, some that are mentioned here, using organizational network analysis, other things, and really understand at job level, at type of work, all these different attributes to really understand what's warranted and why to help guide decisioning.
Great.
I mentioned that I'd done a little bit of research on this issue of, how can people analytics help in the pandemic and coming after the pandemic. And actually, I'd done some research when I was at Accenture more than a decade ago or so on what knowledge workers need to be more effective in their work environments. And it ended up being the same two things, and they're related to what Doug was mentioning. Segmentation, not treating all workers alike. Obviously, there are a lot of different needs for different jobs in terms of whether people actually have to be in the office to do their work. And the other was choice, offering as much choice and individual agency as possible. And that's when I talked to people at Merck and Google and Microsoft and so on about how they were trying to design their return to work strategies. They seem to be emphasizing both segmentation and choice.
Just want to add, associated with the Doug mentioned how we use data analytics to drive those decisions, and have run into many situations, the executives or senior VPs where say, hey, I want my people come back 100% or 50% or 20%, but none of them is actually based on the actual facts on what should be the right percentage. Oftentimes, there's also disconnections between different BUs, and that will have impact for the HR policies too. So the approach that we have been taking, want to introduce one of the specific analytics that we were typically using is called remote and on-site work indicators. And that is basically, you're all familiar with ONET, you're all familiar with the job analysis view. So what we're doing here is to look at the specific job activities and the task and time allocation associated with that, and start to understand what job activities would be benefit the most if it happened on site, and what activities can be done the best remote, using that to provide actual fact behind the decisions on what percentage of the times that this job family group and should be on site for 2 days a week, 3 days a week. And another associated component of that is often get neglected, but it's a very important part of the equation, is the real estate management. Along with not just downsizing, upsizing of the real estate management, but also how we're able to redesign the new office for the new type of employee experiences working on site. So those were the few kind of key elements that these days we have been helping clients in the remote work or hybrid work or future work domain.
Some of my
Can you figure out how much remote work is possible for a job without actually talking to the employee using NLP or something like that, Lily?
Yes. That's the approach that we're taking right now. We're using NLP and ONET, along with the skill the job categorizations, and we're collaborating with MZs, with Burning Glass. There's a set of ecosystem partners that we're collaborate with. However, I do agree with you, Thomas, regarding of the individual preference plays a very important role towards those decisions. The data points that we're focusing on the job analytics is just the job, but there's a strong individual preference by personas, by demographic, and that need also take into consideration, integrated to the equations for the decision.
I might add that I think that the job analysis is a very important role to understand what the requirements of the job are and the different ways it can be done. And workers who do the job every day can give you some really good insights about different ways it can be done. Just another aspect of analysis is social network analysis can get at some of these more subtle kinds of things about how the propinquity principle or whatever, the 25-meter point, how, can we actually be close together if we use technology wisely? And I've seen some interesting social network analysis studies on that fact.
My colleagues have also heard me probably too frequently talk about, for the last 20 years that I've gone to work, we've measured things like what we've done and how we've done it, but we haven't measured where we have done it. Is that something to be considered?
Okay, so let's move to a couple of questions. A couple of our participants have their hands raised. Fortunately, they did it electronically, so they don't have cramps in their arms. Why don't I call on Deborah Goodman? If you could contribute your question, let us know what you'd like the panel to talk about. Deborah, I think you're, yeah.
Yeah,
there you go.
I put my question in the chat.
Okay.
So how do you drive increased engagement if you're remote? Like if we want to give a little more power to, you know, the voice of the people who want to have that hybrid, how do you drive that engagement?
So I'm just going to jump in and say very carefully, and simply it's something that has to be thought a lot about, because it can't be done in the same way. Just like how many of the leaders want all of their employees to go back to the workplace because they don't know how to manage virtually, right? We don't know how to create engagement with a full-time or even with hybrid workers, right? So I think we have to really step back and think about, you know, what does it mean and what would it look like, and then measure, right? Because if whatever you measure usually matters, and this is something that can be measured. Employee engagement can be measured, but you can also ask your employees, you know, what would help increase their engagement. We're actually here at the conference board seeing that in the last few months, employee engagement has been declining in our surveys that we've done with workers. And I think there's been a lot on our shoulders, right? As I mentioned earlier, there's just, and there's very little resolution. Just when we think, you know, COVID might be over, there's a new variant. So anyway, I'm not trying to make light of it. I do think it's a great question. And I think that, you know, organizations have to be very proactive and ask employees what would help improve their engagement.
Robin, I think that's such a good answer. And one of the things I really like about that answer is I do worry about the different segments of the employee population that will stay home and stay remote versus those that go into the office. And I do worry about gender disparities and race disparities and age disparities there. So in order to treat all your employees fairly too, how do you make sure that those who are staying remote do stay engaged, do have the same opportunities that those who may be going to the office and having the FaceTime, the traditional FaceTime versus the virtual FaceTime will get. And I love your answer of like, ask them what would help get them engaged, because that also might be different for some employees versus others.
It's a great question. And a lot of our clients were actually using this as opportunities to redefine their EVP and redefine their HR management policies, as well as redefine their people analytic approaches. So just want to highlight a recent client project I was involved in for pharmaceutical organizations. The challenging for the remote work is focusing on empowerment. And give you a simple examples. What is the right decisions that you feel you own to decide whether I should be on that global call or not and 10 p.m. And just questions like that, it was not an issue before. Now it's a critical issue for a lot of employees. And that kind of questions emerged through remote work in a way is what it would be the value propositions for people join this organization when they know their job is no longer, 9 to 5. And what would be the HR management? So I used to, some of them used to be able to work in Los Angeles, but now they moved to Kentucky and they still get the same compensation benefits. How would that be managed in the forward? As well as, from a technology point of view, some of the clients were saying, okay, well, how do I help my peoples to best on, using those collaboration technologies? but not everyone has the same level of, digital experience and savviness. How we're able to enable and help on that. So I think that it's a very important question. If you see whether there's a silver bullet solutions that are standardized for every client or for every organization, the answer would be no. But however, a lot of organization, and at this moment, we're taking the opportunities to redefine their people practices going forward.
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you.
We have another question from Nicholas Bevani. Can you unmute yourself, Nicholas? Go ahead. Nope. Okay.
It's written in the Q&A. You can read it yourself.
No, it's not written. The problem with written questions sometimes is that I don't want to filter I don't want to taint it with my interpretation of what they said. Anybody else? Any other panelist who wants to say anything at this point? Oh, Nicholas, come on. Can you unmute? All right.
So, Professor, I have a question. I mean, before Nicholas joins us, I would like to ask a
go
question
ahead.
to the panelists. So, I have a question from the perspective of an employee. So, there is a lot of discussion about how the organizations manage whether people will work remote or whether they would like to come in person and everything. So, what about the priorities as an employee here? Like, I'm someone who likes to go in person and work, instead of working from a virtual environment. But I might have other teammates and other members in the organization who would prefer to work online, or in the virtual environment. So as an employee, what should be my approach to such a situation where my priorities do not align with my organizational priorities?
I have thoughts. I don't know if they're based in research so much. I was going to say, you got to do you, man. You got to do what works for you and how you work best. It's hard for me to think of how you going into the office would detrimentally impact your team members. And so if, I think if we're saying, hey, everyone needs to find what works best for them, if you have determined that what works best for you is to go into the office, we have similar situations with we have a lot of parents of young children like to come in on Mondays to the office because it's quiet. It's quiet on Mondays. So they like to come in on Monday. So that works for them, right? So if we're going to be saying what's flexible and what works for you, that shouldn't be a detriment that it works for you to come into the office, and your coworkers, what works best for them, hopefully the organization can support them in what works best for them. But I think it's great that you have already determined that, hey, it works best for you to get out of the house and go into the office.
And I would just add to the whole, sort of the overarching theme that I've heard today is around flexibility. The organizations with the most flexibility will do the best job attracting and retaining employees, because they will be able to provide the flexibility that their people are looking for. I also would suggest that that managers organize their teams, because there's nothing worse than saying everybody should go into the office one day a week and then everybody on the team goes in a different day. There's really no reason then, right? So there needs to be some thought that goes into thinking about when do we bring people together if we have a hybrid workforce.
And what do we do with them when they're together? If it's, if you're going to come into your office, like my going to Oxford in order to have virtual sessions with Abu Dhabi people.
Correct.
It really needs to be more of a social experience design kind of issue for those days that people are in the office.
I heard someone say, so I can't take credit for this, but that going into the office should be the new offsite. So just like we planned for offsites, right? We planned what would happen in those meetings, what we hope to achieve. I think there needs to be similar thought around when we're going into the office, and who's going in.
And if you're having everybody come in on the same day, it's good to have it be more social because we don't have room for desks for everybody on those days anyway.
Thank you for your answers.
Any other questions? Okay.
Are there any questions on the?
Yes, I have one. I have one up here. Tasmin.
Yes, hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
go ahead.
Great. I had a question regarding the discourse about working remotely. So, is there any?
We're having some audio problems. If you could
Okay.
either get closer to
better
your
now?
mic. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So, regarding the discourse about working remotely, whether from home or from the office, are there any direction towards creating a co-working space? So this space will be available, let's say, for any employee that wants to work in an office on certain days. Because as you know, sometimes like the employees will need office facilities, such as printing facilities or having access to certain office equipment. So to kind of have a co-working space that with some availability so that coworkers will have the flexibility of working remotely on certain days, and then maybe on 2-3 days they will go to the co-working space to do those tasks that we need to be in the office. So to kind of balance between both, not working fully remotely and not working fully like on-site.
So it sounds to me like a kind of a hoteling concept where people would have some workspace available to them when they choose to come in and use some of the resources and use the printers and things like that.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
maybe WeWork will turn out to be a good business model after all. So
Right. Well, I did that at Accenture 20 years ago. I mean, we had office
yeah, I did it
hoteling
too.
concepts.
I did it too. Although, it raised a lot of issues about how to segment people effectively and provide choice, because I was mostly a researcher at Accenture and I needed to be in the office every day, but they said, sorry, no books, no pictures of your family, nothing like that. And you're assigned to a different room all the time. So it really was not a very effective way to work.
Okay. Bring your pictures on your computer and just have them cycle through. Lily, it looked like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I think back to the specific, like the data-driven approach on what is the right choices. Because oftentimes, and when we talk about remote, we have a strong emphasis on the white collar, job groups. And just but for a lot of clients, how to figure out that policies implications for the whole organization, which including a big proportion of them were not white collars, were the intro levels, were the labor intensive, were the the manufacturers, the truck drivers, and what is the best of HR management or remote work policies in a ways to have that enterprise perspectives on people management and value propositions and HR practices. It's one of the key questions for a lot of clients.
Yeah, in a way, I think in order to do that fairly, we're going to have to do some utility models to try to figure out just how much is it worth to be able to work at home to an employee. Or are we, should we pay people more? If I was talking to some people at Merck, and I'm sure, Christina, you have this issue too. We have scientists who need to come into the lab every once in a while. Should we have to pay them a little bit more than the people who can work at home? We just don't understand that very well now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that like the lab folks have never stopped coming in, right? They've always come in. The supply chain folks have never stopped coming in. They've always come in throughout this whole thing. And there's been supply chain, we implemented a program called Supply Chain Superheroes, where there were spot bonuses given to those folks coming into the supply chain. They're at a different pay structure, right, than the scientists in the lab, so it's a little bit easier to give those spot bonuses. But I think it's a really interesting question on that. There's also the interesting question when it gets to, well, if you're going to move to another state and work remotely, and your cost of living in that other state is different, how does that affect things as well?
And not even talking about working for a global high-tech organizations. When they say, team everywhere, that's their new policy. And then they immediately see a big proportion of their employees moving out of the United States, start to move to Spain. So how do you managing those kind of HR policies and practices? And it becomes a critical, become a very critical missions for a lot of organizations.
Lily, I just wanted to jump in. I think what you brought up about scheduling for organizations who don't only have knowledge workers is really important. I think that for those organizations that have primarily services workers, industry and manual services workers, I think there's a lot of concern around flexibility for scheduling. And so, like, for example, a global hotel chain decided that they would create an Uber-like app for housekeepers, basically saying, you'll work in one of these 5 hotels in this major city, and you tell us when you want to work, and then they assign them to the hotel. And they had people coming out of the woodwork who'd never been a housekeeper, but because they could set their own hours, and it's that flexibility of, sort of what we informally call a side hustle, right? There's a lot of people who need to work in certain hours, right? And so I think that the more flexibility we can provide, the better. I mean, I mentioned earlier that I live in Chicago. I can't assume anymore that a restaurant will be open any night. I mean, probably except for Friday and Saturday, only because a lot of the restaurants are only open 4 or 5 nights a week now. So there's flexibility that's being asked for, and it's a result of the tight labor market. So anyway, I would just encourage folks to think about flexibility in terms of location and scheduling, right?
Great. Well, it looks like we're kind of running out of time.
Well, I think we're just about finishing up, and I think we've gone way beyond the Great Resignation into topics which gives us food for thought for future conferences, even and future research. A lot of ideas have been generated here, and I think it's been a wonderful experience for everybody. Well, thank you all for being with us today, and I want to thank your contributions, and you're taking the time out to be with us. And hopefully there will be a video. We're gonna have to. That takes a lot of time and effort to put that together, quite frankly, and so. There'll be a recording that was done, and we have to do what's called closed caption because the university requires it. So we have to, that's a major job. It took many months to do that last time. So we look forward to being in touch with the people who are participated, and maybe those people who are on the e-board can stay behind while we say goodbye to our colleagues. And we can talk, just do a post-mortem on the event today. Okay, so thank you all again for.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you. Be well. Be well. Stay safe.